Present.
Councilmember Seifert.
Here. Here.
Okay, the first thing I want to do is make sure we know how to use the new microphone buttons. Since the changes...
You heard me?
Correct. Since the changes that we requested have now taken effect, what you need to know is the light on means you have your microphone. Now, there's another set of switches in the back, and depending on who took control of the microphone button, if somebody it's like you forgot to turn it on, and the person in the back says, "Oh, I'm going to turn on his or her microphone," they'll take control. And to do that, you push it once to gain control, then the second time to activate it.
Oh, what was that? Now you got it.
Okay.
Push
So
it once to gain control.
take control back there.
This is 2011, right?
Yeah, I'm just telling you what it is.
Okay, let's turn all of our mics off. How's that?
Mhm.
I have control, it's different.
Okay.
All right.
So now when you push the button the first time, it won't do anything. The second time, it will.
Is it lit now?
And now it should be off. Yes.
Yes, okay. So if it doesn't do what you think it's going to do the first time, it's because the person in the back did something with it.
And can the person in the back turn it either on or off?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And so,
To the person in the back.
Nobody can hear you.
and
That anyway.
so the advice is, leave it on. But if you need to turn it off, and you push it once and it doesn't turn off, it's because they took control to turn it on. Push it a second time to turn it off.
But another bottom line is, if it's red, if it's lit, it's on.
Correct. And if it's, for some reason, you think it's not doing what you want it to do, the worst thing you can do is keep pressing it, because it works off of a Cat5 wire, and just like when something isn't happening on your computer, and it's like, it's waiting for, it's just building up the signals, and it'll do them, but it'll go through them in turn, and it'll take a little while and get there. So because of the configuration of this and the fact that it is taken apart every week, it had to be modular. It couldn't be more high-tech. It needed to use Cat5. That's my understanding. So you'll get used to it very quickly, and we also have the new lighting, and hopefully that will work. And so that's the explanation of the technology.
Don't look up.
So
Either red or
we will now proceed with the meeting. Are there any additional agenda items? I have none. And a quick little agenda scheduling update. Next Monday, the 26th, we'll have an update from the city arborist. We'll have a public hearing on community development block grant program, and we have 2 work session items of interest. First is a briefing on negotiations with State Highway Administration regarding Route 410 in Tacoma Park, and that's the ownership and maintenance issue. And also a discussion of placing an advisory question on the ballot regarding reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as requested by Councilmember Wright. The following Monday, October 3rd, a couple items of interest: the work session discussion of the vision for the sustainability coordinator, a tentative discussion of proposed housing code amendments, and a tentative discussion of the continuation of the vision for city recreation services. And then on Monday, the 10th, we will revisit the discussion that we left off with on the changes to the ethics ordinance, and we've tentatively scheduled a resolution regarding the 410 issue that we will have been briefed on the week before. I've had to move a couple of times the continued discussion of city committees. That's now slotted in for Monday, the 17th. And just a reminder that the City Council will not be meeting on Monday, the 31st, Halloween. We'll be attending the Maryland Municipal League Legislative Conference. And then Monday, November 7th, there will also not be a meeting. That's the night before the election. So that's just a little update on upcoming agenda items. Next, I want to read a proclamation for the record, and this is declaring Thursday, September 22nd, as Car Free Day, and I just want to read this. Whereas the National Capital Region Transportation Planning Board is the metropolitan planning organization for the Washington region, and whereas the TPB, through its Commuter Connections program, promotes and organizes the annual Car Free Day event along with its network members throughout the Washington area, whereas Car Free Day invites Washington region citizens to try alternative forms of transportation such as transit, bicycling, and walking, and car-light methods such as carpools, vanpools, and teleworking. And whereas Car Free Day benefits the National Capital Region through improved air quality, reduced traffic congestion and parking demands, and the conservation of energy, and whereas Car Free Day corresponds with International Mobility Week, occurring September 16th to 22nd, this week, are celebrating sustainable mobility. Therefore, I, Bruce Williams, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, hereby proclaim Thursday, September 22nd as Car Free Day and encourage all citizens to pledge to be car-free or car-light. And you can get more information if you go to www.carfreemetrodc.com. We'll now go to public comment period, and that's where we'll take any comment on anything that is not on our, well, we don't have any voting items tonight, so it's on anything on our work session, anything not on our agenda. And if you can please identify yourself and keep your comments to 3 minutes. And Mr. Lovelace in the back is first.
Hello, my name is Pat Lovelace, 7620 Maple Avenue, your official peace delegate. I want to let you people know that it's only 50 more days, short days, before we have to vote. We want to vote for our city council and our local elections, so I think we should get all our friends out there who are not registered to vote yet to register to vote. Now, I might want to ask somebody, what is the deadline to register to vote? You know it? Because I think everybody out there should know the date, and they should not say, well, I didn't know they had gone by or anything. I'd like to see everybody over the age of 18 out there registering to vote, if they're not registered yet.
Deadline is October 10th.
October 10th. Remember that. October the 10th. So we'd like to see everybody out there who are not registered to vote to come out and register to vote October the 10th. It's your rite of passage from childhood into adulthood. So take advantage of that. And any parents out there who have had kids turning 18, give them a gift that they'll carry for the rest of their lives. Get them a voter registration kit, and maybe, if it's possible, give them a ride to the polls. You know, that'd be one hell of a good way to welcome them into adulthood. You know, never mind this drinking and drugging and stuff. That just damages the mind. Voting can help you help your mind become sharper. And it's a really good duty of responsibility to learn who you're voting for and what you're voting for. Because then if you get what you want, you can't complain. If you don't get what you want, you can complain. Then you have a right to get up and say, hey, I voted for you, and you didn't do what I told you to do. You know, you have that right then. But if you didn't vote, well, if you didn't vote for some reason, that's different. But if you can't vote because of religious reasons, family emergency, other emergency, you can't get to the polls at the last minute, there's always a reason, and that's always acceptable. You know, if they have a personal religious freedom, or they have to take care of their children and they cannot possibly get to the polls, that's different. But also, I want to announce that the 6th of October, we have an anti-war demonstration down in D.C. On 6th of October is a Thursday, so try to come down to that. And also, September the 30th, next Friday, we're having the final vigil for the veterans at Walter Reed Hospital. We have a peace vigil every Friday night there. And the 30th is the final Friday we're having it because they've moved Walter Reed.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much for letting me share. Remember, Tacoma Park is a peace city. Keep it that way.
Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to make?
Good evening. I'm Barry Howard,
I'm from Ward 6. I live in Ward 6, and I just want to share some concerns of some neighbors of mine living in the New Hampshire Gardens neighborhood. And so I'll start with a short story. So last Wednesday night, as I was leaving a meeting at the Recreation Center over on New Hampshire Avenue, I heard a series of gunshots coming from the New Hampshire Gardens neighborhood. I was one of many that called the Tacoma Park Police Department, and I'm happy to report that they were patrolling the neighborhood within minutes after the phone calls. Later on, a police investigation revealed that these shots were fired from the parking lot of 7901 Lockney Avenue. So the significance of this property is that 6 short months ago, the City Council agreed to provide Montgomery County Coalition for the Homeless with a 10-year 50% tax abatement or reduction through the pilot program and to help them achieve their mission. And while many of my neighbors support this and are happy to help the coalition meet its mission, and where it has where we've allowed it tax savings to do more with the resources that it's saved, we're very concerned about what might be happening in that at that property, given that this incident. So this has harmed the public trust. So we wonder, what the city might be able to do to consider to make sure that that the coalition is doing all it can to help people help themselves, but to make sure that they understand that they're living in a neighborhood and that with law-abiding citizens that and that firing off 9mm is not acceptable behavior. So thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for making that connection.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Wallace. I'm from Ward 1. And I'm just like to make some comments about some of the discussions you'll be having on the rec department and what kinds of services you'd be like to be offering, and particularly regarding adults. Coming from someone who is not me, on unemployment, has no health insurance, and just received the almost $8,000 bill for property taxes, believe me, it's needed to have job skills and job creation programs here in Tacoma Park. I've taken advantage of the not only JCA Gateway, AARP, and also the Maryland Department, the Maryland POAC, which is the Professional Outplacement Assistance Center. I've taken advantage of everybody's, and AARP, sorry, that's my phone, to make myself, employed again. POAC is a wonderful program. It's in Columbia, Maryland. They have no down county office, so for those of us who have not that much money left for gas to go up to Columbia, Maryland is difficult. They are interested in down county locations to provide the services to other people. Perhaps that is something that Tacoma Park could collaborate with POAC to provide the same quality programs. They're extremely good programs. But if you ask any participant, the best part of the program is, one, going into a room that is packed full, that they have not, that all the professionals in there are that you're not alone, that there's practically standing room only. You're not a statistic, and you can network with the other attendees. Who knows, maybe Tacoma Park can even make some money out of it. But on the after-school programs for kids, myself and many other artists in the Washington, D.C. area have been trained by Maddie and Taddy, Maryland Artist Training Institute, and Taddy was Teaching Artist Training Institute, to provide arts-integrated programs for the schools in the area, so that artists link the way that they express themselves to the curriculums of science and linguistics and social studies, etc. I'd like to propose that maybe you take a look at using those those well-trained people from all over the area, because they don't have time, the schools no longer have time much to have them come into the school. They're teaching to the test, and they're really stretched. So to really have programs that are connected to the curriculum of the local schools, using other means to teach the same subject, so that kids who learn best by literature or kinesthetically or through arts and sculpture or whatever can learn the same things, but a different way that the teacher teaches it. But it would be working with the schools here and bringing in artists so that you're enhancing what the kids learned at school that day, and not just maybe trying to help them do their homework. And I'm not saying that's what happens here, because I don't know. So anyway, there's so I'm a great resource for everything I just talked about, obviously. So, yeah, thank you.
And if you could send us some information or some links, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you tell me what the word organization POAC stands for?
Yeah. It is, I always have to look it up myself. It's a Professional Outplacement Assistance Center.
Okay.
In Columbia, Maryland. It's really, they have a great program.
Thanks very much. Anybody else?
Kay Daniels, Cullen, Ward 3, and I'm wearing a different hat tonight. I'm not wearing my emergency preparedness hat. I'm going to wear my Recreation Committee member hat. I'll be back next week with emergency preparedness, but I thought I'd give you all a break this week. What I want to talk to you about is marrying the two recreation reports. I thought the report from Councilmember Wright was quite interesting last week and very inclusive, and showed some real insight into the issues that can produce an even better and more diversified recreation program. It also gives some direction to the department, which is something that the Recreation Committee has been requesting for the past 4 years. I also feel the Recreation Committee has produced a very inclusive and forward-thinking report. What wasn't said in Councilmember Wright's report was anything about accepting any parts of the Recreation Committee's approach to the upcoming selection of a new director and probably new direction for the department. I'm especially excited about the new name created by the committee, Department of Recreation, Arts, and Life Skills, which will bring our city and this department into the 21st century in the realm of recreation. I feel the methodology used by the Recreation Committee to create this report is not an issue, as it's quite possible that a reliable and valid questionnaire could have produced the very same informative results for a whole lot more money, by the way. As you may or may not know, my field of education and my profession is health, physical education, and recreation, teaching, coaching, and management. I've run many, many, many facilities and developed very successful programs both here and in West Virginia. I am assuming that when Councilmember Wright suggested that adult programs pay for themselves, he was speaking only of the cost of the instructor and not the overhead of the building and the building space and the full-time staff salaries. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. My other two concerns are, one, the continued duplication of programs that are either offered by Montgomery County Recreation or private facilities within the city limits. And two, making sure that we integrate and include life and job skills as separate topics into the overall program rather than leaving them out altogether, because these are important for the continued development, I guess at this point, not only of our young citizens, but some of our more, other citizens as well, as Elizabeth just made her request. My request is the Council and Recreation Committee marry these two reports by looking at our differences and come up with a philosophy and mission that will focus on creating a really exceptional recreation, arts, and life skills program that serves all the people by utilizing community partnerships to make up for the lack of some of our facilities. This can happen very quickly since there are two reports already, and I believe that a little compromise on both sides will put the reports and the people on the same page. Please advise me as to what I need to do to make this happen. I thank you for letting me come before you to speak. I forgot to put that on the bottom of the page, and I thank you for doing what you do for the city of Tacoma Park.
Okay.
When you describe the private offerings and not having duplication in services between rec and private offerings in the city, which ones are you talking about, and are you suggesting that we discontinue rec programs when private offerings come up?
I'm making the suggestion. I'm making this suggestion, and I'm specific, this is a tough one, old Dan. Yoga is offered all over the city, and we also offer it here, and it may in fact be a really well-attended program here, but it's offered in many other venues within the city, and that's the first one that comes to mind.
So in that case, we look at the rec department, we look at the offerings, we look at what's offered in the private sector, and somebody makes a determination, well, we don't need to offer yoga because it's being offered elsewhere. That's your kind of your drift?
That's my drift.
Okay,
and I'm using that as an example.
Okay.
There probably are several others that are a little bit of duplication.
Just
especially
checking.
Close to and within the Montgomery County Recreation Department, for which we do pay some taxes, I believe. So.
Oh, okay, that's not private offerings, other private offerings.
I said Montgomery County also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
I always have to bring this down a little.
And there's a button there, you can lower the whole thing, right on the top there.
Is that part of my minutes?
Push it down.
Okay.
If you push that button down, it'll go down.
This
Unless
button?
it's already down.
It's going down. There you go.
Okay. Thanks, Bruce. I'm Kathy Breckbell, and I'm on Woodland Avenue, and that's Ward 2, and I'm coming to speak about a problem at 317 Elm Avenue. I don't know if everyone on the council is aware of this issue, but if they're not, they really should be.
Right, and I'll just point out that the chief is going to talk about that in his report.
Okay, well, before he talks about that, I have a couple of points. One of them is we have our own police department because we're incorporated, and it's thought that we are able to provide better services than the county to our citizens at some expense. It's a big piece of the budget. But that is why we have a Department of Police, and that is why we continue to maintain. And in fact, I think over the years our police department has grown somewhat. So the point is that we should be providing better services than the county, not equal. The second point that I have is somehow a decision was made to follow county procedures about calls that were made. This is a call, for those who don't know in the audience, a call that had a delayed response because of a problem with a permit license of Home Protection Service. Okay, so why the city decided to follow that is not perfectly clear to me, and that to me is a council issue. The council should be providing better service and directing better service than what the county can provide. The second thing is that having looked at the regulations and laws, not thoroughly granted, the basic thrust of this licensing of private protective services seems to be a penalty, not a denial of service, if there is a false alarm. That is an eminently reasonable position to take. Anything else that delays response to any request from a citizen or a system in this city is not acceptable. I believe that it should have taken less than 5 minutes to get a car from here to Elm. And that's all it should have taken. Okay, so my issue is really with the council. Why did they adopt, apparently verbatim, a county restriction on services when, in fact, we're paying quite a bit to have better services? And I think that when we do something like this that restricts protection of the citizens, a bigger hoopla needs to be made by the council so that more people will know about it and be able to comment. Thank you.
And if you hang on a couple minutes, the chief will provide an explanation that I anticipate will make you happy.
We'll see.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm Karen Anderson from Woodland Avenue, and I hope the chief does have a good explanation, but whatever it is, 30 minutes was too long for police to get there. I'm rather concerned about some of the laws that the council passes, and I'm not clear on this, but I understand in 2007 the chief asked for more powers to enforce some of our safety, and it was denied to him. It had something to do with illegal immigrants back in 2007. I don't know all about it, but I plan on finding out more, and I think you all perhaps should find out more, too, about making sure we're safe. Safety is very, very important to me. The other factor regarding safety is our sidewalks. I cannot believe we are planting these humongous trees, and then Daryl and Todd say, oh, we'll just brick over when the roots rise up. Okay, I would invite, I mislaid my camera, so I can't show you the picture, but I would invite you all to please go down to Beach as it goes into Sycamore. Bruce, you saw it, right? Okay, the tree root is this high, and it's bricked around it. I'm an older person now. I am sick and tired of tripping on these darn bricks. And then the children riding their trikes and their bikes. Excuse me, sidewalks are for people. So I would ask you, please, street trees should not be huge. They should be like crepe myrtles, red buds, something that's not going to crack the sidewalks, for crying out loud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Charcutean, Ethan Allen Avenue. And I want to talk about the rec department mostly. And first, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the decision-making on the council's part, and to take the time to set the direction, and then to task the committee to gather input, and then the committee's work gathering the input. And I appreciate that all the way through. It's been made really clear that there's appreciation for the staff of the rec department. I mean, everyone's made that really clear, that none of this process is a criticism of their process, because we've participated, my family has, in their various activities, and everyone's been very positive about that. So some of the things I'm excited about, the proposals on the table, some from both reports, which I trust will be integrated in some way. I'm excited to see the idea of integrating life skills both explicitly and implicitly. One of the examples that was made, and I really hope it goes forward, because as I may have mentioned here before, I'm excited about the idea of local food systems and the commercial kitchen, was the life skills that folks can learn by going sort of from the beginning of, planting the garden, producing the food in a commercial kitchen, and then selling it, and what people can learn about business as well as about health and nutrition and all of those things. And there's certainly other examples of that. A side note on that, I understand that one of the CDBG applications that you're going to consider next time will be the commercial kitchen at the Presbyterian Church, and I really hope that you will vote to fund that project. And they are interested within that project in working with the rec department, so that would sort of fit nicely with these other ideas. I really love the ideas about older youth playing leadership roles with younger children, and also cross-generational activities in general, and then I really support the idea of community service as a central component to the rec department, both the service that people can provide within the rec department, but also the rec department being a catalyst, or almost like a volunteer center, or a place that encourages and supports and nurtures service in the rest of the community. And I agree that a rename could be helpful. I'm not sure that I love the current name on the table, although it's got potential, but I think that we may want to think a little bit about how do we name it in a way that kind of gets people excited and still incorporates all those pieces. And in the last 30 seconds, you said something about sustainability coordinator on an agenda in the future, but I wanted to hear what that current process is right now and the hiring of that person.
There hasn't been any hiring done, because the discussion at the council is going to be to make sure that the deliverables are clear, so that we get the right person.
Before it gets posted?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we will move to council comments, and I do want to make sure that I point out, I didn't before, that Chief Ron Ricucci is at the dais this evening as the acting city manager. The city manager and the deputy city manager, and also the Housing and Community Development Director are out of town at an International City County Manager Association conference. So the chief has kindly taken over the duties, and he's here with us this evening. And as I pointed out a couple minutes ago, as part of the city manager's comments, he will have some updates on some of the items that people have expressed interest in getting more information about. I wanted to announce with a great deal of sadness that a longtime city employee, Willie Hopkins, died very recently. For those of you who might not recognize him by name, if you've been to a city council meeting and in the building on Monday evening, you've probably seen him. He was the custodial staff for this building in the evening, and if you were in this room and then went out to leave and saw somebody working in the hall who always greeted you with a smile and an acknowledgement, and always made it a point to talk with everybody, and was a great friend to a lot of people in this building, kids and adults alike. He had some health difficulties a number of months ago and has been dealing with all of that, and he just died very recently. And I did want to let people know that the funeral arrangements are that there's going to be a viewing and service on this Thursday, September 22nd at Shiloh Baptist Church, 1500 9th Street Northwest, and that'll be followed by a repast here at the city in the Azalea Room from 12 to 3. I also just wanted to point out a couple other things, and then I'll go to my colleagues for comments. Wanted to make sure that everybody saw the nice article in the Washington Post on, I never know whether it's Saturday or Sunday since it always comes on Saturday, but the real estate section, Where We Live, that featured Tacoma Park and was very nice. There was also a Post article on Sunday about the event in town on Friday that was the kind of the announcement of the of Blessed Coffee and the new type of benefit corporation in the state. And the governor was here, and it was interesting to note that the governor said that he learned quite a bit about benefit corporations and the benefits of benefit corporations by attending that event, and we were very honored to have him here. I also wanted to make sure that people know that there is a new program in this venue here in this room that is going to be starting in about a month, and it's the Chamber Music in Tacoma Park series, and it's put on by Washington Musica Viva, and there will be 4 Friday night concerts, October 21st, October 28th, November 4th, and November 18th, and it should be a very nice chamber music series, and wanted to remind people that that is coming up. Also a reminder that the Street Festival is coming October 2nd from 10 to 5 in Old Town. And my final item, I just wanted to share with people an interesting visit to the city last week. We were visited by a number of officials from Taneytown, Maryland, which is in Carroll County up west of Westminster and almost up to the Pennsylvania border. They came here because they were interested in our code enforcement program. And for those of you who don't have a sense of Carroll County and Taneytown, it's a very conservative area of the state, very
Rural.
yeah, but what's Ron Paul? Libertarian. And it was interesting to have those folks here. They went through a training that landlords have to go through every 3 years here to understand our process. They came away saying that this was an outstanding program. They liked it in every respect, and they wanted to duplicate it in Taneytown to set up code enforcement and licensing for all of their both their commercial and residential properties, and they wanted to just take Tacoma Park's law and change the name from Tacoma Park to Taneytown and pass it this evening, Monday night, because it was so good and it was such a no-brainer to do what we do. And I thought that was very gratifying to find that some people who might not necessarily agree with how Tacoma Park does things came away thinking that we had a model program. And one of the things that was handed them was a whole packet of information here, including something that I thought was very nice. that the city, whenever somebody has any interaction with code enforcement, at the end, after the whole process is over, they get a thank you postcard thanking them for their commitment to keeping our community up to code. And I think that's a kind of going above and beyond, and I think it's very helpful in trying to make sure that our community has some participation and a nice way of making sure that we close the loop with people and let them know that we really appreciate their efforts to make our community better. So if my colleagues want to see this packet, there's some interesting information here, including a sheet on the back that has a lot of the metrics that people wonder about. If we have, there's metrics here on code enforcement, so I'll pass it along if people want to look at that. And I'll go to my colleagues for comments. Sorry I had so many this evening. Councilmember Robinson.
Were the folks from Taunton County interested in adopting our rent stabilization program?
Not so much.
I'm just checking. I'm sad about Willie, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Wright.
A couple items. I want to remind people that the September 24th is the play day here in Tacoma Park. It'll be at the middle school from 11 to 2. It's the third annual play day. It'll be tons of fun activities for kids of all ages and adults also, so everyone come out and play. On October 2nd, the street festival, as Bruce mentioned, 10 to 5. October 4th is the caucus, the nominating caucus. So Pat reminded us we all need to vote, but I also encourage people to come to the nominating caucus and nominate people they want to run for city council. I see a few people in the audience who are considering running and I think will likely be nominated, but you can nominate other people. Some of the people who are unhappy with some of the decisions made by councils in the past should come forth and be nominated and run for city council. You don't have to do that. I'm not saying that if you're unhappy you have to run for city council, but I would encourage you to get involved and let's have a lot of contested elections. Since I'm not running again, that sounds great.
I made the nomination.
And then October 15th is the Tacoma Foundation Beer Fest. A great time, good fundraiser for the Tacoma Foundation. You can buy tickets at places like Now and Then. They'll be on sale at the Tacoma Street Festival, the Olive Lounge, and Cedar Tavern. I do want to make two comments. One is related to secure communities, which is connected to the thing that Karen Anderson mentioned earlier, which is the decision that the council made around immigration and how we were going to, our approach around dealing with immigrants in our community was exactly to make us safer. That's exactly why we did it. Because the way we have a safe community is that people feel open and honest and want to come forward to the police to report criminal activities, to work in partnership with the police. The way not to make us safer is what Secure Communities does, a federal program which I would like us to pass a resolution encouraging the governor to oppose, which has been misused and does not make us safer and makes immigrants, law-abiding immigrants in our communities fearful of the police, non-cooperative, and therefore makes us less safe. And then the next thing I want to mention, the resolution that I'm working on is related to marriage equality. I'm very encouraged that the governor has come forward and is really going to take a leadership position on pushing forward marriage equality legislation in this next coming legislative session. I think we should pass a resolution making sure that he knows as Tacoma Park we're totally supportive of marriage equality.
Thanks. Councilmember Clay.
I also am sad that we lost Willie. Actually, I didn't know his last name, and I didn't know he was sick, but I saw him all the time when we were here and got to say hello to him as we passed and talked a little bit, and you could tell you have small interactions with people all over the place, and it's interesting to me often how much those little things mean to have a friendly person, especially at the end of a council meeting that goes till 11 o'clock or midnight, and other people when you come out of the building are like, oh, why did you take so long? And he was never like that. He was so friendly and happy and smiling. It's great to have people like that in the world. So I will miss him. I want to thank all the people that donated to the Orlando Hernandez Fund. I also really appreciate that and appreciate the assistance of CASA of Maryland in processing the checks and the payments and the nonprofit status that allows people a tax write-off if that's important to them. I want to note that the Washington Post ran a story on Mr. Hernandez talking to someone who purported to be his friend, and none of the information was true. So it talks about something about not answering the cell phone and living in New England and being from the Dominican Republic, and none of that is true. And so they're making an effort now to write another story that's more factual. And the last note is a little update from the Folk Festival. I know the Folk Festival's been over for 2 weeks, but there was one interesting tidbit that came out of some of the after processing that I wanted to share with the folks on the council, and that is we did a little survey. We asked 5 questions, but the first question we asked was this the first time you've attended the Tacoma Park Folk Festival? And 50% of the folks who answered the survey answered yes, that it was the first time that they had attended the Folk Festival, which is interesting to me for 2 reasons. One is that we didn't have a 50% increase in attendance, which means that we're losing some of our old audience. But the good news is that we're able to attract more folks, and I think that's a positive thing. I look forward to seeing the Folk Festival live on for another 34 years with new energy and new attendees, and I appreciate the support that the council has given to the Folk Festival and to me as I've worked on the Folk Festivals. Thank you.
Councilmember Snipper.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to repeat all of the comments about Willie Hopkins, but just to say that many city employees are friendly, helpful, really pleasant to deal with, and Willie was definitely in that vein. He always made it a real pleasure to come out after, as Councilmember Clay said, after a long meeting and have a cheery response, because he always had one, and he definitely will be missed. I thank Josh for providing a lot of details about why Secure Communities is a really bad program for Montgomery County, and I too am glad that that's been postponed. I hope it gets canceled entirely. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
First of all, I want to thank the police department for their response and follow-up to the mysterious gunshots that were fired off about 5 or 6 days ago. I'm not sure exactly what the date was. It created an extraordinary amount of alarm in the community, as it darn well should have, because there was absolutely no mistaking that somebody was firing a weapon in about 10 shots, but it was impossible to identify where it was, because it was like 10:30 at night approximately when these calls came in. When you hear sound gunshots like that, it's very difficult, unless you're observing, to determine which direction the sound comes from, because if you're in a house, it sounds like it's coming through the nearest window, and nearby it echoes off of buildings and stuff like that, so it can be quite confusing. And the police, therefore, did not know where they were looking and for whom, whether it was a person on foot or somebody in a vehicle, and there were no eyewitnesses to speak of. I mean, no one actually saw this event occur. But as fortune would have it, the following day or so, a resident reported finding a number of shell casings in the parking lot of a rental property up on Lockney Avenue. And as a result out of this event, no property was damaged and nobody was hurt, but it scared people a lot. And a number of people were very concerned that the police department wasn't responding quickly enough or doing the right thing. But in retrospect, I think it's pretty easy to say that the police department did a very thorough job, because that's generally how they do things. And they absolutely are professional and know what they're doing, and I thank the police department for their efforts, and hopefully investigation of some of the evidence will help us figure out at least get more information about the incident. This morning I had the distinct pleasure of going to Rockville and sitting in and listening to the meeting of what's called the Fed Committee, which is the County Council's meeting on the planning, housing, and economic development, in the company of our community development planner, Ilana Blanchard, while three members of the County Council who sit on that committee debated the intricacies of the proposed CRT zoning as it will affect the Tacoma-Langley sector plan and a number of other sector plans that are in the works or in the planning throughout Montgomery County. We have our representative, Mr. Elrich, is going to be talking to us shortly, and he's going to shed some light on how that's progressing. All I want to say is, in regard to that, particularly to the residents of Ward 6, but to all of us in Tacoma Park, because the future of the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads is going to have a significant impact on the city of Tacoma Park and its economy and the shopping opportunities, entertainment opportunities that we'll all be able to enjoy someday. The city has made its position known to the County Council on what it wants up there, and we're trying very hard to make sure that the County Council understands that and goes along with what we want. It's been a very long process. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel now, but I have a great deal of faith in our council, people that represent us on the County Council, that they understand exactly what it is the City of Tacoma Park's interests and needs are, and are going to do a good job of representing that to the full council. And I will be staying on top of this thing as it goes, as best I possibly can.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I too will, okay, I did it, I pushed the button too many times. That's okay. I just say that I too will miss Willie, and it's kind of, it went off again, but that's okay. It's just maybe coincidental, but today's weather would lead me to know that that after the council meeting I could count on seeing Willie in the lobby, and he would say, you know, fall's almost here. Is Miss Joyce going to bring me a pie, an apple pie? He knew that every year during the fall, that every couple of weeks, Miss Joyce, my wife, would bake an apple pie for him. Thank you. And thank you for the help back there.
Next, go to the designated city manager, and I know you have a number of things you want to do, including a report on the license plate scanners.
As requested by the council, the 6-month report is in front of you on the use of the license plate reader. The statistics generated are below for your review. The information, as approved by you, is deleted every 30 days per your direction. As evidence from the results, we find it to be a very effective crime-fighting tool used by our officers. We now have 3 of them, one used by our traffic officer, one by our plainclothes tactical enforcement unit, and one by our patrol division. We find it very useful in getting serious traffic violators off the street, recovering stolen tags and stolen autos. I made a previous request to share data with the Fusion Center, which I have withdrawn, as I believe it's not in the best interest of the city at this time. But we believe the license plate reader plays an important role in our reduction of crime and especially making our streets safer for those that are driving. It's getting a lot of bad drivers off the street. Any questions?
Thanks for that update.
The mayor gave me several things he wanted me to address tonight. I'm going to save the alarm for the very end because I want to go through that very carefully. We checked with SHA today. I think everyone knows that they have changed the timing on the light to 10 seconds, and they began over the weekend to put up cameras which will replace the things in the road, the settings for that. For Sycamore at the intersection in Old Town that we've been having. Based on the fact that I haven't had any complaints in the last couple of days, I'm hoping that means it's going well. But if there's still problems, let us know. And obviously, we are talking to many people at SHA on this issue. Sanctuary policy was brought up tonight, just so everyone understands. Sanctuary policy, the only thing it doesn't apply to is we do not serve ICE warrants. What is ICE warrants? They're warrants that are issued by the ICE department, which is for immigration. We serve all other arrests, criminal warrants for defendants that are immigrants. It has nothing to do with our policing. The ICE warrants basically affect deportation or violations of green cards or people that are in this country. I did make a request, as Karen mentioned earlier, but I have to say I've been going under this policy since 5 years I've been here. It's not caused us any problems, and we continue to monitor that very closely. But we continue to make arrests, and I think the best example is the cooperation we do get from the day laborers. We had an armed robbery where they actually wrote down the information for us and gave it to us at the crime scene where they were hanging out waiting for a job. So we find we do have a good relationship with the immigrant population in Tacoma Park, and we will continue to do so. If I thought we were endangering the community by anything we were doing, I think this council knows me good enough by now that I would come back and discuss it with them, but it hasn't been a problem. I think that addressed it. Now for the alarm thing. Let me address this. This has been obviously a very discussable issue in our community on listservs for the last week, and I consider it a very serious issue anytime the possibility of somebody's been put at risk. When this started late on the night of September 13th, I was notified at home late concerning what had taken place, and we initiated the investigation at that time. And we've continued to address several issues that have come up over the last few days. One of the things that we did do, I did contact the complainant that first night and spoke to him at 11 o'clock at night and assured him that we would investigate this, look at the policy, and make whatever changes we needed to make. When we in the city adopted the alarm policy, it is the exact policy as Montgomery County's, because it is Montgomery County's policy. Montgomery County enforces the policy. They do all the registration. They're the enforcement tool. They inform us when there are people that are in violation of the policy or their response will cause to be a fine and alarm. All our data goes to Montgomery County on how we handle these calls. Our protocols for response, in other words, how the police response, are not similar. We do things different, which I'll go into. I'd like to give you a synopsis of the incident, and let me tell you what our facts are based on. We have a CAD system that prints out all the calls as they come in and records the conversation between the complainant with the dispatcher to the sergeant, to the call being dispatched, and subsequent calls that came in from our complainant. I also requested from the alarm company their conversations and tapes and timings, because the homeowner which started this event, homeowner received a call from his alarm company stating his alarm permit had expired and that the police would not respond to his alarm. The alarm company led the homeowner to believe that they had called the police before making that statement when in fact they had not. We were never notified by the alarm company. I was a little disturbed by the tape that I heard today and what their conversation was with the alarm company, because basically they lied to them. And as a result of listening to their tape and having our tape, where it shows, and I've had 3 different people go through it, there was no calls from the alarm company, and the alarm company, when interviewed by our detectives the following day, admitted they had never called Tacoma Park Police on this incident and had any information. They also advised us at that time that the information they had provided the homeowner was incorrect. Their permit was not invalid. This call first came in at 1:19 in the afternoon from the homeowner, who had called us advising that there was a glass break alarm and we weren't going to be responding according to his alarm company because of a permit issue. We placed the homeowner on hold because our protocols on calls like this is to advise the supervisor, who will then authorize that a car be dispatched to the scene to check it out. That has been our policy since we started with the alarms almost 4 years ago. In the 4 years we've had this policy, this is the first time that there's been a problem with the response and that we did not follow some of the protocols we have in place. The homeowner was placed on hold at 13:19. There were several conversations and there was a delay in getting a hold of the sergeant while we left the citizen on hold. At approximately 1:26, we did go back to the homeowner, advising him that the sergeant had cleared and that a car was going to be dispatched to respond to the scene. At that time, there was a conversation between the dispatcher and the homeowner, which I found to be unsatisfactory, and the performance is not what I expect of our dispatchers. I'll go into that a little bit more later. We finally dispatched the call 3 minutes after we spoke to the homeowner. There was a delay of 3 minutes. 2 cars were dispatched. The homeowner's wife got on the scene at 1:30. He then called back asking why the police weren't on the scene. The dispatcher checked. At that point, by the time she checked with the officers, they were on the scene 2 minutes later. As we all know by now, there was a confirmed burglary, and the burglars had already left the scene. The following, as I said that night, the homeowner spoke with our sergeant. The initial complaint, I called him at 11 o'clock to advise him that I'd just been made aware of it. I considered it a serious situation and violation based on some of the things I had learned, and then we would get to the bottom of it. Following morning, our supervisor in dispatch contacted the alarm company, spoke with their operator, was given the information. They were aware of the burglary and said at the time that the permit was not expired, that they later learned that. And the customer didn't have to do anything because the permit was still good for another year. We contacted the Montgomery County Alarm Unit just to make sure that what we've been told by the alarm company was correct. We did learn that the permit was good for another year. Our department's protocol in these cases is for the dispatcher to ask for permission to dispatch a car. To my knowledge, in the 4 years we've been under this policy, we never had a problem to this day. But there was definitely a delay between the call coming in and eventually being dispatched. Okay, what went wrong? The homeowner was given erroneous information by the alarm company. The alarm company had told the homeowner they called the police department. They never called. Even after the homeowner made a second call to the alarm company, which is a very interesting conversation to listen to, they again confirmed they had called the police department, and yes, your permit's expired, and that the Tacoma Park Police would not respond, which is wholly, again, untrue. The alarm company proceeded to tell the homeowner the police department checks permits. We do not check permits, and I'll explain that a little bit as I finish up here. Police department never spoke to the alarm company any time during the break. We never refused to send a car, and we, as I said, we will be filing a formal complaint with this alarm company on how this call was handled. Basically, the alarm company consistently gave false information to the homeowner, which added to his concern that his alarm's off, the police are not responding, they're not going to because you have a bad permit, all which was erroneous. Second problem is our dispatcher put the homeowner on hold for too long a period of time. The dispatcher also took too long to speak to the sergeant on duty. We had several officers added to service at the same time, which led to the delay of getting hold of the sergeant and the dispatcher. I have listened to the conversation. As a result of it, I considered it unprofessional, does not meet our standards, and I have initiated an internal affairs investigation into the dispatcher's conduct and of the patrol sergeant for the delay in getting officers to the scene. What have we done to correct this situation? 2 days after this incident occurred, all Tacoma Park Police will be dispatched on any alarm call, regardless whether the permit is valid. If the homeowner's not there, it doesn't matter. The policy in Montgomery County, which we weren't following, is that they will only dispatch a car when the homeowner's at the scene of the false alarm. We will respond on all calls when they come in from the homeowner. If you don't have a good permit, the alarm company will call the owner and tell them you have to call the police. When you call us, if your alarm's off, we will respond whether you have a permit or not. We will work with you to get the permit validated, but there will no longer be a discussion or ask for permission, which did take several valuable minutes in this case. We will automatically respond. As I said, I've initiated an internal affairs investigation into the handling of this call by the dispatcher and the patrol sergeant, and we'll update, although it's a personnel matter, I will update the city manager who will be able in closed session to advise the council what we come up with. We are formally revising the policy, but I've made an initiative immediately that we are responding to calls. Questions and comments have been raised why we don't check the validity of the permits. In our CAD system, we can only check if a call has been sent to that house. If you hadn't had a dispatch call for an alarm, we wouldn't have you in our system. In this case, we'd had a previous call at this house. We could check this one to see if the permit was valid. Generally, what we do is when we have a permit problem, we go to the county, check with them in their database to find if the person's valid, find out what the homeowner needs to do to get his permit taken care of. In conclusion, all residents can be assured we will dispatch a call when the alarm goes off. To the homeowner on Elm Avenue, who I've apologized to privately, publicly I apologize to you for our police department not performing to the standards that I expect, the department expects, the council expects, and the community expects. I will take appropriate action when this investigation is completed. I make no excuses, but assure the community I will continue to hold our department in the high standards of ethical conduct. And I'm open to questions from the council.
Thanks. Any comments from the council? Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you. I just had one question. When you say that in the future, officer will be automatically dispatched, that's without having to go to the supervisor to ask permission?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wright?
So I just want to clarify, in the past, the policy had been that if you knew that an alarm, it's only in the case where an alarm didn't have a permit, you would ask for this approval process. But, for example, if the house had an approved permit, there wasn't any question, a call came in, there wasn't any delay, they were always dispatched.
Like I said, this is the first problem since we've adopted this procedure, and I'm very familiar with it because I was one of the ones that helped write it and organize it in the county when I worked there many, many moons ago.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clay?
So, thanks for taking the time to create such a detailed answer and to, thank you, and to investigate the response from the Alarm Center and everything. I want to just bring to your attention that there is some other conversation going around on the internet, and maybe there's one more thing to clarify. So it's quoted here, Chief Rakuchi's email on the issue of the lack of immediate response to the home invasion unregistered alarm recently on Elm Avenue stated, quote, by law and procedure, we do not respond to alarm calls at unregistered residences or businesses. But in fact, you do. You just don't respond to the alarm call when it comes from the alarm company, when it's an unregistered business. But when the homeowner calls, regardless of whether or not the alarm is registered or not, you respond to a call for service.
When I put that out, I was still investigating it. To explain a little bit more to the general public, we have a right, if let's say we get multiple calls to a residence or a business that are false alarms, the supervisor has a right to make a call that we will not respond back, because obviously valuable police resources are being sent to a location. That is some of the procedure and law that I was referring to at the time. When I first put that out, obviously as I dug deeper into this, I finally got to where our protocols were. I got Montgomery County's protocols, which is different from the law and things I did put out as a follow-up to the community. Their protocols are different. Obviously, at the police department, we set our own protocols here, which were different already from the county. But in looking at what had occurred in this incident, this did create a delay.
Sure, I understand.
If we cut someone off, they are notified that we will not respond. We've only had it happen here in the city once since we've had the law. It was a major business here, refused to register their alarm or to fix it, and we will no longer respond there unless they call with a robbery or panic. If a business, even if it's expired, has a panic or robbery alarm, we will respond.
I lived for 7 years next door to somebody who had a broken alarm, and I swear it went off 4 times a week at all hours of the day and night. So I appreciate that there is a fine process and encouragement process. I will forward this email to you, though, so maybe you could make a clarification to this point, because I think that there's sort of further misunderstanding.
Basically, what we've done here tonight, what I did 2 days after this incident, we respond to all. There's no discussion. It comes in, we will respond for the homeowner when they call us in. So I think that basically there were some procedures and things in place that I think, in this case, delayed our response because we took a while to get to the supervisor. And obviously, what added to this situation was the poor conversation that the dispatcher had with our citizen, which was unacceptable to me and really didn't help the situation. It's bad enough your house is getting broken into. It's bad enough that you don't think the police are responding. And then it's bad enough to get somebody arguing with you at the time, which is totally unacceptable. And after listening to the tape, obviously I'm not a happy camper. But we have made the changes and we will take appropriate action.
Okay, thank you.
Just one further quick clarification. You said that it sounded to me like even though our law is the same as the county law, once you get to the procedures for implementation of the law, the procedures were different, and our procedures have always been different. From
Our
how the
protocols for
protocols,
dispatch
right.
are different. The law's the same, but
Right.
it's up to the police department to set the protocols and how we respond to calls for service.
And they have always been different.
That's been different because the county will tell the homeowner he has to go to the residence. They will then respond. In our case, we just got permission from the supervisor and responded, regardless whether the homeowner was there.
So in fact, the procedures that we had in place already were likely to lead to a faster response than
Correct.
if the county had responded.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for all that information. Anything else?
I think-
As if that wasn't enough.
Oh, just on the on Barry Howard's remarks, we have recovered the shells. They have been sent to the crime lab, and what the crime lab will do is any shooting in the county where there's a shooting, and we get, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but there are a lot more shootings today where we recover shells. They go to the crime lab, and they will examine them to see if they fit in with any other shooting or if a gun had been used previously or if there are any prints on the casings. So we have submitted that to the lab. Hopefully, if we get information, obviously, we'll update the community. One of the things that we put in place in an effort to get more information out, we had a total of 10 calls that night for one of the first times since I've been here. All our lines had jammed, and we're actually floating back to the county. What we will do when there's an incident like this, before they even clear the scene, they will notify our PIO so that we can get information out faster to the community on the listserv, which I know everyone reads. And so you'll have more updated information on that. But we were putting information out. Now it automatically will go out even faster than we were putting out previously as a result of what happened the other night.
Councilmember Robinson.
Chief, was it at the home that Barry Howard mentioned?
It's the parking lot that Barry mentioned.
Parking lot.
They're parks.
Okay.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yeah, I'm wondering, given that neighborhood has some Hispanic-speaking people in it, are you concerned at all that maybe some people didn't call in simply because the language barrier, or that because of the language barrier, they're not aware of how easy it is to report things anonymously or anything like that? It was one of my residents, a constituent, suggested that wanted to know if that might be, if there was a need for any kind of Spanish written information to help people like that understand the various ways that they can report things to
Well, I
the
think most
city.
of our residents know that we have the capability, if they do call in and speak Spanish, that we can get it interpreted immediately. Based on the amount of calls we got that night, I don't think we had any lack of citizen participation. I mean, that's probably the most number of calls I think I've seen on an incident in a very long time. I think we got everyone. I mean, it was from all parts of the town. I mean, it was obviously, it must have been a quiet night, because I think everybody in at least Ward 6 and beyond heard it.
Councilmember Wright?
I want to thank the chief for correcting that, that people speak Spanish, not Hispanic. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for all that information, and we will move on to the update from County Councilmember Mark Elrich. Yes.
Yeah.
And if you want to raise that podium back up, you can do that. There's a little button there, you can raise it up.
He could sit over there if he'd prefer.
Fascinating. Your toy collection has improved.
It's for ADA compliance, that's what that's for.
Okay, well, hi. I'm not quite sure how you want to do this tonight. I mean, I could answer questions and we could have a talk about what's going on in the CR zone. I'm going to tell you a couple of things generally. We've all gotten back from recess. So we're back into our full meeting schedule now. The council, obviously the big issue relevant to you is the council's taking up the CR zones and then the master plans in short order. And I understand that you all are pretty impatient, and Kensington's impatient, and you probably feel like somebody's sitting at a Scrabble game and you're waiting to go out and you're waiting for the next person to play their hand before you can go out, and you just wonder when that's going to happen. But we are actually going to get there. And I'm not sure you're all going to be happy when we get there, but we're all going to get there. And that's probably what I want to talk tonight, with you all about, is what is it that folks really want here, and what is it that we're trying to achieve with the sector plan and the zoning, the CR zone. Both you and Kensington create a particular conundrum for the council, because we're supposed to be creating zones that apply throughout the county. And they have to be zones that, you can reasonably put down any place where it seems like it's appropriate. And both jurisdictions have asked for changes to the zone that reflect your specific issues, that while they might be fine and good in one place and one time, make it very hard to craft the zone that applies every place else in the county. And, my concern has been about introducing elements into the zone that I really don't want to introduce elsewhere in the county. The big issue, I think, has been, a couple of issues. One is the amenities list, as you all know. I don't know how familiar each of you are with the amenities list, but there's the list of things that developers get additional density for. And some of the things they get density for aren't amenities. I mean, we're giving away a portion of density over standard method just for being next to transit. Now, we upzone people because they're next to transit. To go from standard method to optional method, in the normal world, you're supposed to provide amenities in exchange for additional density. And here we're being asked to, and you're not unique, we did this in White Flint, where I also thought it was a mistake. We're giving large parts of that density for absolutely nothing other than your proximity to the transit, which we just upzoned you because you're proximate to the transit. Similarly, we're giving benefits of additional density if you're located next to 10 retail uses. Given that this zone is going to be applied to pretty much every commercial spot in the county, it's kind of going to be hard not to be next to 10 retail uses. And in places like Tacoma Langley, White Flint, Kensington, there are multitudes of uses. And when this was originally intended, if you look at the smart growth literature, it was meant to tell somebody, if you're going to revitalize an area, you need to bring these uses into the area, not that you get credit for uses that are already sitting in the area. And so that's some of what we're dealing with, which is really difficult. You in Kensington want us to make the benefits really, really cheap so that people will build here. And you have benefits that are a little bit more, that may cost more, and you have benefits which cost less. But the idea that cheap is better may not be the case. You may give up things that cost more but have higher value to the community, because people will take advantage of getting the same number of points toward their development by picking cheap things. And then you may wind up looking at this at the end of the day and saying, what on earth did you do? We don't seem to have this developing the way we'd like to see this developing. And I think it's all compounded by a point that, Bruce, you made when we were talking, that it's hard to separate the sector plan, the design guidelines, and the zone. Because a lot of the anxiety about what's in the zone comes from the fact that your sector plans don't have the details that people used to fall back on to say that this has to conform with the sector plan. And you all are just now getting design guidelines. So you've been asked to hold a public hearing on a sector plan for which you do not have design guidelines, and you're supposed to say yes to the sector plan, and then I assume yes to the design guidelines. And I'm looking at this from my perspective and saying I would feel better about some of the things in the amenities if I knew that the design guidelines of the sector plan would require some of this stuff to be built anyway, rather than to say leave it up to a menu. It's sort of like if you think something's important, if you're trying to do transit-oriented development or whatever it is, and you think these elements are important to the development of the area that you want, then they probably shouldn't be on a menu. And if they're on a menu, then what's the relative value of these things on the menu? What do you really want? What are you trying to accomplish with this list? I got to say, it's very frustrating to try to make everybody happy and all this, and also to know that whatever I do is going to apply wherever else this zone gets done in the county. So I wish this order was differently. I mean, it is not your fault that the planning board decided to force the council to consider zones, then rewriting the zones and your master plans and your design guidelines simultaneously. This is a horrible way to reach rational decisions, particularly when everybody says we're impatient, we want these decisions done now. So I just want to express my frustration and try to understand from you what it is you all really value in this design, and what do you want to get there? What do you want Tacoma Park to look like at the end of the day? I was sympathetic with the request for dealing with the amenities on properties. I thought an acre was too large a consideration, but I think there's merit at looking at your suggestion for lots that are somewhat smaller than an acre. I think an acre goes too far. That's a pretty substantial development, and you should be able to get amenities from somebody building in an acre. But somebody with a 5,000 square foot lot or a 10,000 square foot lot, I'm at a loss to think what amenities I want, other than you're going to build to the lot line that we think is going to fit with the sector plan, and you're going to provide whatever streetscaping is consistent with the sector plan. Whether there are other amenities I should get for that, it's really hard to say. So that's sort of my opening on this. It's a really tough issue, and there are real legitimate concerns in the community about how we do this. We've had a lot of residents who are very upset about the direction the council's going, and they're more upset because the planning director's plan is ultimately to take all the master plans and all the zones in the county and replace them with these zones without going through the master plan process. I'm sure the town of Tacoma Park would be thrilled to have somebody sitting in park and planning and deciding what all your commercial zones are going to be rezoned to without going through a community process where the community has the kind of discussions that went into your master plan in the first place, and have those decisions made by somebody looking at a map and saying, I think this works better here than the existing zone. So that's sort of like the zoning world. I mean, the other stuff, the happy news, what is the happy news? We're really struggling with the budget. I don't think anything's going to surprise anybody or change. We so far haven't seen anything corresponding to the state of Maryland's bump in revenues. But given that the state is looking at probably $1 billion or $1.1 billion hole next year, I don't expect that money to be spent this year. I would be very surprised if they did that. They're probably going to try to hold on to it. And if the county were to get anything, I think we're looking at what happens next year as well. If the market continues to misbehave and continues to do that through the end of December, we may be looking at another year without capital gains revenue, which is a significant part of what Montgomery County gets, and that has pretty serious consequences for our budget. We're going to have to look at that, and so I think we're all trying to take a pretty conservative approach to how we look at the revenue that we have and what assumptions we make about future revenue. I've talked to you all before about the bus rapid transit stuff, and I will say the county executive has appointed a committee, and it's a committee with citizen, environmental, business, developer, stakeholders on it, and everybody is in a very harmonious agreement that we should move forward the proposal, and they've upped the number of miles to in excess of 160 miles, which is, I think, pretty significant. And it really, if we pull this off, will be the largest system of its kind, and will connect pretty much everywhere where people live to where they work. The last numbers we got were that 60% of the households in the county will be within a half mile of the lines that we're proposing, which is pretty high transit penetration on the main lines. It doesn't even include what we could do with Ride-On. So I'm kind of excited about that. The county's received some Rockefeller money for parts of this study, which is a big deal. And a local consulting firm received Rockefeller money to provide technical assistance to the county for the planning of the system. So we're actually getting some outside assistance. The Rockefeller Foundation picked Montgomery County, Chicago, and East Bay, Oakland as 3 project areas in the country that they think have potential for developing state-of-the-art bus rapid transit systems. So that's kind of exciting.
And I want to make sure that everybody listening knows that all of that happened because of your initiative in making BRT go forward, and you get a lot of credit for bringing the whole community and all of the various stakeholders into this and really pushing this against some pretty strong opposition.
You know, the opposition's gotten a lot lesser. When we sat down with the Rockefeller Group, and the Rockefeller people said, who are your opponents? And everybody in the room, I mean, you're looking at guys from the developer world and somebody from the Sierra Club and somebody from the Civic Federation, and they said, we're normally the opponents, and we're all on the same page on this thing. And it does, you know, I've been an activist in this county for a long time, and you don't often see all those people in the same room at the same time saying this is where we need to go. So I'm optimistic, and I think, you know, we have to solve our problems. You just cannot pretend that the transit issues are going to go away by themselves. You can't pretend that global warming is not a problem. We don't have a responsibility to reduce CO2 emissions. And, you know, frankly, from the business community, they're looking across the river at Virginia, and you can't pretend that Montgomery County can do nothing while Virginia is building the Silver Line and saying we're willing to make investments, and the development community in Virginia is paying a large portion of that. But they're saying we're willing to make investments in order to try to manage how we grow in the future, and Montgomery County, if it's going to compete, has to be willing to do similar things. So it's a good thing. And so with that, as sort of an overview, I figured I'd let you guys ask me anything you want. You have to be nice.
I wanted to make sure that you said something about the curfew discussion. Not only what's going on, but your sense of the time frame for any possible council decision.
I don't see a decision coming any earlier than November. And this is also a really tough issue. I think that there's data all over the place. I mean, you can trot out many studies that say the curfew is a good idea, and I can counter them with studies that say a curfew is a bad idea. We don't, in truth, have a problem with Montgomery County kids or Montgomery County teens, and so the rhetoric about, you know, out-of-control teenagers is way, you know, beyond what's actually occurring in Montgomery County. And I think the rhetoric about the situation in Silver Spring, it paints a picture which exceeds reality in Silver Spring. I mean, in early August, I think the first or second weekend, I sat down in the plaza area from 10:30 to 12:30 at night on a weekend and just watched for myself to see what was happening. I didn't have a sign on me saying, "Council member, beware, please behave." But I observed what else was going on there, and I didn't really see things that were really daunting. But I've been down there on other nights when I could see where there was behavior that people found unpleasant and threatening. And I think that, what you're really dealing with is perceptions, and everybody's fear is that perceptions of the place will become reality, and that if people really think someplace is a bad place to go, whether or not there are any experiences to back it up, they won't go there. And if they don't go there, that's a really bad outcome for that part of the community. We've put a significant amount of investment. So I'm laboring over, which way to go on this. I kind of lean toward it, but I don't lean toward it with any strong feeling or thinking this is the most brilliant decision I'll ever make. But I don't think it would be a brilliant decision not to do it either. I know what the police want, and that's a tool, and they believe, and to the extent this is true, is probably the most powerful argument they have. They said when they questioned gang members from that incident in July that one of the responses they got from gang members, plural, and I don't know how many plural, was they came to Silver Spring because it was the area that did not have a curfew. And so if we're the area that doesn't have a curfew and people are actually identifying it and saying, I'll come here, then that is a problem. And it's not something we want to see happen. And the police believe that with the curfew authority, they would be able to tell people, it's getting to be 11 or it's getting to be 12. If you're underage, you need to leave. And frankly, the hope is that's sufficient to get people who they don't want there, probably most of us don't want there, to decide to leave at that point. It's been reduced to civil rather than criminal. No one's getting locked up like they do in D.C. and hauled off to a station where they're going to sit till the morning and their parents are going to come and get them. I think the more severe aspects of the earlier proposal are gone. You can be able to go to a movie, and I guess theoretically out to dinner or any entertainment thing in Silver Spring. And if you leave and you're on your way home, nothing's going to happen to you for that either. And so I'm beginning, they've got enough loopholes in this. And somebody, of course, there's the free speech loophole, as in I'm out here protesting the curfew. And therefore, that's a free speech issue, and you can't make me go home. There are enough loopholes in this thing that I don't see it being as draconian as people originally thought. You'll be able to go to work, and if you have to leave work and it's after the curfew hour, you'll be able to go home after work. I'm not going to tell you it's a panacea, and I'm not going to tell you this is a slam dunk. This is one of those things where it may have a benefit, and if it has a benefit, that's a good thing, and the worst it'll do is be an inconvenience, and if it doesn't prove to be beneficial, we'll get rid of it. I'm going to propose a sunset provision so that we have the ability to evaluate and decide, is this really worth keeping?
Sounds like with all of the loopholes that it leaves it open to charges of discrimination based on who it does get enforced against.
Well, frankly, that's the fundamental problem with laws like this, is because, you've got to, if the officers are going to go up to people and you have any kind of pattern of who gets cited, you're always at risk for somebody saying, yeah, you use discretion, and your discretion always looks like this. And if our discretion always looks like that, then I think people are going to have the ability to raise issues of, is this being applied in a discriminatory way? And I think that's the biggest weakness with the law in terms of, people's perception that it's being used for profiling. And none of us wants any part of that. So it's one of the cautions about going forward with this.
If it is helpful, the Montgomery chapter of the Maryland Municipal League, we had our meeting last Thursday, and of the 23 people there, nobody was in favor of the curfew. And it sounds like, given your time frame, that probably no decision until November, the chapter, all of the elected officials in the county municipalities will be meeting with you all, the county council, October 20th, and it sounds like that'll be a topic of conversation.
I have no doubt that'll be a topic of conversation. I will say that one thing they're trying in Silver Spring is they're putting up a code of conduct, I was told, and I haven't seen it yet, but they're going to be posting a code of conduct. And the purpose of a code of conduct is to be able to say, these are the rules, and give the police the ability to say, you're breaking the rules. And there's been some discussion about the efficacy of codes of conduct, but I actually think, if people are looking for some mechanism in order to be able to intervene, and you have a decent code of conduct that also doesn't leave you susceptible to charges of profiling, it might be worth looking at. I'm willing to look at anything. I do think the gang issue is something that's real. I don't think it's, of magnitude as some people may put it out there, but I don't ever want it to get to that magnitude. And I'm willing to do things to the extent we can to push it back down. And also, I recognize that we have to do more on the service side. I mean, our budget this last year, we took major hits to social services, and that included rec programming. Our rec programming has severely declined over the last couple of years, and we can't continue to do that. But I'll say this, and the caveat with that is, we've got to get out of this box where the only thing we talk about is the tax rate. Because the only thing I can talk about is the tax rate, and revenues do not come in. For example, capital gains continue to tank, then our ability to fund programs that we need is going to be limited by the fixation on the rate. And at some point, we really need to have a discussion about what kind of community we want, what are we trying to achieve here, and is a lower tax rate and, for example, fewer police officers on the beat a trade-off that I want to make, or would you rather see more rec programming, more officers on the beat, knowing that that might have a cost? I just think we need to think about the whole picture and not just as is devolved at the national level and certainly to some extent at the local level. The word taxes is just off the table. I think we just have to talk about it.
Chief.
One of my concerns, Mark, I've been to a couple of the presentations, and racial profiling is obviously one any police chief worries about. In the presentation, there's 2 tapes shown. One of the incident in Silver Spring and one of the shoplifting incident in Germantown. In both tapes, all the people in that tape are African Americans. And that concerns me when you show that tape to a community group, what the reaction is. And that's where you get the argument of racial profiling. And I know I'm one that opposes racial profiling, have fought against it in all my years I've worked here in this county. And what concerns me is I understand the county's position. And as a police chief, a concern of mine would be that we'd be profiling certain people in Tacoma Park. And it'd be on a certain street, and I know what color we'd be. And when I see 2 tapes that shows all African American kids, I'm really concerned, are we just targeting one part of our community, which is part of the gang community? But
I mean, the tapes are what the tapes are.
I know.
When people want to know what happened at the 7-Eleven, that's the tape.
I know.
If you want to see what happened in Silver Spring, that's the tape. It's up to us not to make the leap from the tape to a generalization about anybody. And I can assure you, nobody on the council wants to go there. And I understand that no police chief in their right mind would want to go there. So we're really cognizant of that. But, you can't not present people with evidence or show them what happened for fear that somehow that's going to create that problem. That problem's already there anyway.
What I'm saying is, but it raises concern to those that are maybe on the fence about this proposal.
I'm one of those.
And I want to get to my colleagues. I want to just do 2 or 3 real quick points that are kind of factual and then let them discuss. One thing about you mentioned one small piece of what you're talking about in terms of the rebates and the municipal tax rebates. I wanted to make sure that you know that the sense that at this point from the task force is that the report will be going to the executive in November.
And you know my views on this.
Yes. And just 2 quick questions on the CR zone, just to get clarification. You were saying that the county, that folks want to apply it to all of the commercial areas. Is the CR zone currently applied to everyone, or does it exclude White Flint and Seneca?
Well, there are now, as a result of what happened in Tacoma Park in Kensington, there are now 2 other variants of the CR zone because they discovered, shock, that the CR zone did not fit the entire county. And so in the middle of your master plan, as you know, they decided to invent the CRN and the CRT zone. And I've been told that there are actually going to be 5 CR zones, but I haven't seen the other 2 CR zones, so I have not a clue as to what circumstances those will apply to. They only applied these zones in 2 limited places so far. It was White Flint and the Great Seneca Science Project, and the council has agreed, and I understand why at least the committee's agreed, I understand why we did it, though I'm not terribly wild about that idea. We've agreed not to apply it retroactively into those areas for fear that people will be very upset about any new requirements that might come out of it. And so it's not going to change, won't change there. But we are making changes to the other areas to try to make it fit better for Kensington and Tacoma, and frankly, Wheaton and most of the other parts of the county that have property that has less value and therefore will not sustain the level of benefits that can be sustained by developments in White Flint.
And just a quick question to make sure that the information I've got is correct, that one of the proposals for all of the various CR zones would limit restaurants and commercial properties next to residences, and it would mean that restaurants like Roscoe's and Middle Eastern Cuisine and Mark's would never be able to open again in our community if that zone goes into effect.
Actually, the restaurants are still in there. We've had some discussion about where these things can and can't go. It's a conundrum because those are, I know the location of those, and I was involved in the co-op when we were in that commercial house on the corner there.
On Columbia.
And, it gets into what fits and what doesn't fit. And while those are examples, I think, of nice local serving businesses, the concern is that it could just as easily be a Burger King or a McDonald's or something else. And as we're bringing this zone up to the edge of residential neighborhoods, there are a lot of residential neighborhoods that are not comfortable with what's across the street from them becoming what's supposed to be a transition zone, having the potential to plop a McDonald's or a Burger King down there. So I get the tension in the other communities, and I wish that we had a more delicate way of working this out. I prefer doing it by special exception. I actually had the experience with the co-op because I think when they did the restaurant, they needed an exception from the parking. There were things that were required. Anyway, in doing that, you work with the community and you reach agreements. The co-op agreed not to sell liquor in the evening without food with them. We did a bunch of things in order to address community concerns, and that's the advantage of the special exception process. If it's by right, and all you get is site plan design, then I can maybe make the thing look pretty, but I have no say over the uses. The other issue is what's acceptable on the interior of a zone is different than what's on the edge of the zone. And one of the distinctions I tried to make in committee was permitting things that are interior, having a smaller list of permitted uses where it directly confronts residential neighborhoods, making those special exception rather than by right developments. I think you all should look at the list because your neighbors and your residents may be surprised at what we're allowing, because we're allowing things that wouldn't have been allowed before.
Right. Thanks. Councilmember Schultz, followed by Councilmember Wright.
I worry about pushing the red button. Here we go. Okay. I worry about this ideology of trying to simplify the zoning ordinance. It's something that is very alluring, because the zoning ordinance in Montgomery County probably is, like in many places around the country, large urban areas, is thick. It's gotten added to like the U.S. tax code, so that it's almost impossible for anybody to make sense out of it. And it needs to be simplified. But I don't think that trying to shoehorn all these commercial areas that run from Poolsville to Tacoma Park to White Flint into some simple, like 3 CR zones, and now they're talking about trying to spread it to not just sector plan areas, but to all commercial areas, it's going to work. And I just think it's naive, and it just isn't, it's a waste of time to try to do that. I don't know what the solution is, but obviously zoning has been around in this country for about 100 years, I guess. And all these things have probably, bedeviled municipalities. And as a city planner, I think sometimes zoning is, it's like we can tie ourselves in knots trying to enforce the things, and then the municipality gets itself tangled in its own rules and can't even do what it wants because the zoning ordinance that it created kind of gets in its own way. The principal point that I want to address has to do with the proposed urban design guidelines for the Tacoma-Langley sector plan. And I understand that with regard to the CR zones is that what happens in Tacoma, what it gets imposed in Tacoma Park has ramifications for Kensington and other areas and vice versa. And that's why it's so darn difficult that you guys are struggling like you were talking in the Fed committee today. But when you come to the urban design guidelines, that's one element of the three, the sector plan, the CR zoning, and the urban design guidelines that can be customized to each situation. So that when we have urban design guidelines for our sector plan, it has no impact on the urban design guidelines for what's going to what needs to happen in Kensington. And as you know, I'm just saying this for the good of the public, last spring we went through a very detailed community input process under Ilana Blanchard's tutelage to come up with urban design guidelines. We forwarded those in May. They were wrapped up and forwarded them to the planning staff. And it's been through a number of iterations in the meantime, and at this point in time, the latest iteration that's been handed down from the planning director is a booklet of photographs of images of cities and towns around this area and around the United States to illustrate good architecture, good urban design, pretty parks, all the things that could be done. And it's a little bit like an old-fashioned Sears catalog, sort of like you thumb through it and say, oh, that looks nice, and all that. And it has absolutely nothing to do with anything. It could be 1,000 pages long or 40 pages long. It isn't going to make any difference, or 3 pages long. It's not going to be helpful to developers. It's not going to provide any indication or limitations on what can and can happen. As you know, I'm telling you things that you already know. So I'm not saying this to you so much as I am to everybody here. And I think that preparing a picture book and saying to the city of Tacoma Park that this is going to serve you well is being said by the planning department, that I think it amounts to they're being patronizing, and I think it's absurd. And I just think it's unacceptable. And I think that the urban design guidelines that the community drew up, they aren't etched in stone. Obviously, they could be modified. They should be able to be modified because in 5 years or whenever development starts to happen, there will be opportunities that we don't even know are going to come down. And we're going to look at those urban design guidelines, or developers are going to come to us and say, here, I'm doing this way because this is what the design guidelines show, but here's another idea that I want the community to think about. And the community's going to say, wow, we like that idea. And that way the urban design guidelines can be modified because they're not part of the master plan and they're not part of the zoning. And they can be modified. But at least it will give developers, on the one hand, who want to develop, and it will give residents in Ward 6 and who bound this area, who are scared to death that along the backside of the B.F. Saul property, that there's going to be high-rise office buildings looming, casting shadows for two or three blocks. And those design guidelines that were put together were designed to eliminate that possibility and give some assurance that the residents in my ward aren't going to be have this kind of impact, or that they're going to be buried alive in commercial parking that doesn't belong in the neighborhoods, and all of that sort of thing. So I really think that this is an important thing that we need to fight very hard for, and not allow the planning staff to get away with this kind of simple-minded approach as though we're some sort of a bunch of uninformed people that don't know how to feed ourselves. Thank you.
You know, I agree with you on both your first point and your second point. You cannot have a one-size-fits-all or a three-size-fits-all in the county. Anybody who's been through master plans knows the degree to which the community is involved in where things go and what the setbacks are and everything else. Mm-hmm. And to simply say you're going to sit down in an office and decide that this old zone is now equivalent to this one new zone, and this is what we're going to do, it just is going to make a mess out of every master plan in the county, not to mention that any changes in density that might result in housing or in commercial has impacts on traffic in schools that weren't foreseen in the original master plans. And when you do this countywide, this is sort of, people talk about wanting to do anti-sprawl stuff. You can think of this as sprawl on steroids, because, you can look at all the smart places to grow and you say, oh, it's great to do this in Tacoma Langley next to this. But if this zone applies to every shopping center in the county and it winds up creating additional density, then you've now given density in places that by definition are the dumb growth areas, and you've given density in places that are smart growth. So I hope that they do not prevail in this, but I also think it's important for the city to weigh in and say we don't want our master plans rewritten, from the offices of park and planning. The zone's not inherently unmanageable.
Right.
But to manage it properly, you need to have community input and say these are the heights, setbacks, and densities that we want on these parcels, not to let somebody do this from an office. On your second point, I agree with you about the design guidelines. I would like to put them back in the master plan. You could actually, you don't have to open up an entire master plan to do the design guidelines. You could say we're reopening the element, we want to do this. The other option would be to make them, I think they're called Category 2 regulations that have to be passed by the council. And then if people said there's, Park and Plan said there's reasons to change these design guidelines, say for Tacoma Park in 10 years, you all would say we want to make some changes. Park and Planning would say these changes make sense. They bring it to the council, and no doubt we would go along with it. But it would give you some certainty that these are the rules. And I would urge you all, if you want these design guidelines to have teeth, not to let the thing proceed as it's currently proceeding, because if the design guidelines don't have the status of regulation or aren't embedded in the master plan, it is pretty much subjective up to the planning staff. And I'm not sure that they would see things as folks in your community would see things.
Neither am I. Thank you.
Yeah. And as you know, because I've already told you, I'm feeling like if we can't get assurance that the details go somewhere, I'm ready to put my foot down and say no to anything, just because we're going to get railroaded and they're going to roll through and say, we've got this, and now we got to the end, and you're all set, and we go, where is it?
I wish that was the message that was conveyed at the meeting today, because that's not the message that came from staff at the meeting today. So if that's your view, and if that's the view, no, city staff, if this is your view, and this is the council's view, then you need to let us know that this is your view and the council's view, and that this needs to be fixed so that you can have some confidence in the other pieces of this. And the other thing I'd ask you is, the design guidelines have many, many elements in it. It can be, how high up do you want the brick to go, and what color brick do you want? But it can also be streetscaping and the urban, those aspects of urban design. I doubt if you want the street to change 10 years from now, because if you're setting widths and sidewalk widths, you really don't want a hodgepodge of things. You want some general vision accomplished. And I wish people would think about what are the crucial elements of design guidelines that probably have longer than the lifetime of somebody's arbitrary taste, but they're actually what you want to accomplish in the look and feel of creating a place, from those things which may be more subjective and may be more matters of taste. Because those things ought to have the ability to change more readily, but the firm stuff ought to be certain. And one of the problems with the way we're going right now is I'm not sure that anything's certain, except you will get the density.
Right. And I just want to make sure people know that city staff has been working very closely with myself and Councilmember Schultz on this whole process, and we continue to have discussions about exactly what we should say and when we should say it.
I think the time to say it was today and tomorrow, and I think what you set up here ought to go in a letter with, an exclamation point in capital letters so that people understand that this really matters to you all.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Wright.
Thanks. We could probably talk further about the zoning stuff, but realizing it's already 9:20, I won't go into that discussion more. I did want to talk a little bit more about the bus rapid transit, and just I know it's very focused on home to work and work to home, but also could you talk about how it might help on weekends? Because I find often at times in Montgomery County, I commute on Metro into work, but a lot of the transit system is not particularly friendly to the errands people need to run on the weekend. So how will the bus rapid transit help on that side also?
Well, a lot of this has to do with human behavior. The reason we focus so much on the weekdays, is that you can take a transit system and combine it with parking policies and other incentives to modify commuter behavior. And people have reasons to modify commuter behavior. Shopping behavior, which is basically what happens on the weekends, is harder to modify because outside of places like Chicago, the Miracle Mile, and downtown New York, people seem to have a real problem conceiving of I'm going shopping, I'm carrying bags, and I'm getting on a bus. And I think this is something that evolves over time, but it's more likely to evolve over time if the transit is direct and quick, and the service would change on the weekend in the sense you wouldn't have the peak hour intensity. I mean, they're talking about on some routes running spacings as close as 4-minute headways. In fact, some are even less than 4 minutes. So you might go to more midday 10 to 15-minute headways, which is perfectly satisfactory. If you know a bus is coming every 15 minutes or so, you're probably okay with that. I think that's an aspect of change of behavior that can change over time. I know personally that if I knew I could, get to a parking lot, drop my car there, and then go to Bethesda or to the things that may well emerge in White Flint, I don't want to take my car out and drive. I don't want to hassle with the parking. And I think people will change behaviors as they realize this is actually accessible and a reasonable thing to do. And once you build the system, because it's on fixed guideways, every bus that runs is going to be a bus that's not, stuck in traffic. And in Rockville Pike, it's just like that Yogi Berra thing, it's so successful nobody goes there anymore. It's, Rockville Pike is totally packed, and all of us say we're never going to go there on a weekend. And, I know more people say they're never going to go there on a weekend. If that were the case, it wouldn't be packed, but it's loaded. And I think, we're just going to take a while to change that kind of behavior.
But
we'll provide the
there will
ability.
be weekend.
Absolutely. And, my hope is that it goes late, so that somebody leaving Bethesda, a club in Bethesda, and, goes have dinner and has a couple of drinks, can actually get back to Tacoma Park on a transit system and not, have to get in the car and drive.
Or the person that comes from Bethesda to Tacoma Park.
Tacoma
also
Park.
To go there.
We need more late-night bars here.
The other thing, I totally agree with your perspective on the taxation issue, that we have to realize as a society, taxation often allows us to pay for the things that we value and make the society rich and a great place to live. I'd love it if you talk a little bit more about the concept I know you've mentioned in the past is separating commercial and residential tax rates more, because there's different drivers different motivations, and the market responds differently in both cases. So could you talk a little bit about your thoughts around that? If that's still something viable, a way to increase revenue, or...
Well, you know, to me, it's not general revenues. We've been talking about how are you going to fund the transit system. And in Northern Virginia, everybody's like, I want to be like Fairfax. So here's Fairfax. The property tax on commercial property, I think, is 11.5 cents higher than on residential property. That change was supported by the chamber and the building industry in Northern Virginia because that money is dedicated to transit projects. And so while there's a general reluctance of everybody to hand government money on the thought that government will find something to do with the money if you hand it to me, there is continued support, I think, for money going to government to do targeted things that people believe we will actually do. In addition, in Northern Virginia, when they do their developments, there are major special taxing districts that are layered on top of it. And we're talking about, 10 to 20 cents over the base tax rate, which already is 11 cents above the residential tax rate. But that money also goes to build the infrastructure. And to me, the more money that goes to build the infrastructure from those sources and from those people who are going to benefit financially most from what we do, that frees up pressure on the county to try to squeeze those dollars out of our current operating budget. So I would like to be able to separate some of what we try to spend out of operating and get more of that dedicated through funds that are targeted to transit. And I do think that there's certainly a willingness to look at that. I've been talking about this for over a year now, and I think there's a general acknowledgement. Again, this Northern Virginia specter is a real one. If that's what they're doing over there, it's hard to argue that we're not going to do it over here. Because I can guarantee you we won't build anything that has to come out of the general fund, because we don't have the room in the general fund as it is right now to do that. So I think, there's a willingness to do this and may free up some space. The bigger question is just looking at what it is we're doing and saying, what's it going to take to have the things that everybody in this county expects to have? And I meant what I said before. I mean, we did what we had to do last year. We made some really, really difficult cuts. But being constrained about what we can talk about is just not a good thing. We need to have that dialogue. But I think it has to come from the bottom as much as it has to come from the top. It's easy for me to say I think we ought to explore it, but the general sense out there is there's absolutely no willingness to talk about taxes. And I think people in the community need to have the discussion. You don't have to say, I'm for more taxes, but you ought to start a discussion about, what do I need, and is it worth the extra tax revenues to provide that? So I'd encourage you to do that in your free time.
I totally agree with you. There's, I feel more and more like we're California. We separate the idea that taxation and service delivery pretend like they're not connected, right? If we want to do this, we have to figure out a way to do it.
Well, I almost feel like it's the national level. I mean, we're all, well, I guess you're all Democrats, but, this is, an all-Democratic council and an all-Democratic county, and we rail about, what's happening at the national level. Republicans hijacking the budget discussion, and revenues are off the table. And here we are back home, and oddly enough, revenues are off the table. Right. So I think we need to change that. It's as important in my backyard as it is in the White House.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about what you think's or what's happening related to schools and taxation and resources on schools? One of the things I feel like has happened in the recent cuts, and you see this a little bit at Tacoma Elementary, for example, is the things that make Montgomery County schools great, that make them even go a little bit above and beyond, have been chipped away at. And so you think about the elementary school, the magnet program at the elementary school here is not quite what it used to be. They're still trying to make it special and do individualized learning plans, but some of the resources that they had to allocate an extra teacher here or there to really make it different are gone. So do you have thoughts or perspectives on that?
So I'm not on the school board.
No, I know you're not,
but I'm not avoiding. I mean, I have thoughts about it, and it's really difficult because I'm a former teacher. I'll say this in the county. In order to preserve services at the level that we did, we made a decision that employees were going to have to take a hit. Because if we had not taken the hit we did on county employees, our cuts to services, medical assistance, housing assistance, would have been deeper than they were anyway. None of us wanted to do that. I would be the first to say are not overpaid. I was sitting where you were not that long ago, and I know what the salaries are in the city, and your city employees are not overpaid. They are not sitting with luxury benefits. But when you run out of money, we made a decision at the council level that we were going to, I wish it was work out collaboratively with the unions in agreement, but in fact we imposed cuts on them in order to free up resources. The school system took an approach. We tried to, get them to, shift some of the health care costs to go from 5% to 10%, and their view was that was absolutely unacceptable, and so there were other cuts made in the operating budget rather than changes to benefit packages. That was the decision that the school system made with their money. That was the priorities and things they felt were most important. I really hope that we're in a temporary funk, that we get out of this at some point. But I can tell you the maintenance of effort law in the state, and you all know what the maintenance of effort law is a real problem, because you're running a government. Imagine if somebody said that if you find savings, by law, you're required to come up with an offsetting expenditure so you maintain your expenditures at the same level. That's what maintenance of effort is. If the school system came in, and they did this the first year, they actually gave up the COLAs, the teachers union gave up COLAs. We missed maintenance of effort by $82 million, which is the amount of the pay raises the teacher didn't get. And we were in jeopardy of getting a further cut. I forget now whether it's $30-something million or $50-something million in state aid, because it didn't make maintenance of effort because the unions gave up their pay raises. And there's something inherently silly about that. But it gets worse when you think out on the operating level. If a superintendent decided these programs aren't working, or I can do this with less administrative staff and save money, and said I found $20 million in savings, by law they would be required to find $20 million more ways to spend money. And you can't do that. I mean, it flies in the face of reason. And to just say maintenance of effort is the maintenance of spending the same dollars plus adjustments for whatever else every year is nonsensical, because it doesn't mean you're maintaining effort. I mean, if you wanted to use a real maintenance of effort level, it wouldn't be necessarily your expenditures, but you might say, are you maintaining class size? Do you have the same number of aides for children at risk that you had the year before? That's a measure of maintenance of effort. Are kids getting the same attention and the same resources devoted to them? But just saying I'm maintaining effort because I'm spending as much money as I spent the year before, that really doesn't tell you anything other than how much money you're spending. Now, I know my friends in the union would disagree with that, but I think the facts are what the facts are. You cannot save money even when you find legitimate ways to save money, and that's wrong.
Thanks for that. The last thing I just wanted to share with you is around the curfews, because I have talked to a fair number of people about this, and I totally agree that it's not an easy issue. Most people I talk to seem to come out slightly on the other side of the way you're leaning, which is that should be kind of more of a last resort effort, and we're not there yet, and that there are opportunities to, in more nuanced ways, for the police to use the resources they have and the tools they have already, and that the danger is that there's many great kids out there who are being responsible all over the county, and you risk hampering that, and the kids who are really in gangs or don't have other alternatives or are straight up misbehaving, you're not likely to remove them from the situation in ways that you couldn't already with police resources and more gang task force and that sort of stuff. So that's, I think, the thing that I hear is that the concern of it goes too far, too quickly, based on a small number of incidents, and could penalize many law-abiding youth.
I think that you should look at, and people should look at how the executive has modified his original proposal, because I would say that is absolutely true about the original proposal. I think it's far less true about this proposal. My experience is limited, because when I was that age, I was in bed at 10 o'clock on a weekday night, and I was not out after midnight, and those are the rules that I was under in my house, and most of the rest of us as youth were imprisoned by the same parents and the same set of rules. It was kind of uniform. And so I don't feel this great sense of loss of liberty or a violation of rights because somebody says I have to be in at 11. I was a minor, and other people do get to set rules. And the state, in fact, was the driver's license is 17 and under, you have to be in by midnight. And I don't hear anybody saying, this is a violation of somebody's fundamental right to drive a car at 1, 2, or 3 in the morning. We kind of accept the idea that there ought to be some limits, and it's for a reason that the state has done this. So I understand the concerns, but I think if there are enough provisions for normal activity, like going to a movie, I would like to change it so you could go to a movie and stop at the Fuddruckers and buy a soda on the way home, as opposed to once you leave the movie, you must proceed directly home. I'm having a little bit of trouble with, you can't get out of the movie and walk over to Tasty Diner and, sit there and have a cup of coffee and something with your friends before you go home. To me, I think there ought to be some more room for normal behavior, but just hanging out in Silver Spring or any place in groups at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, that's kind of hard to justify. And it is hard for the police. I mean, one of the problems in the county is we're under-policed. We are down probably, 300 officers below what we should be. And so we don't have the flexibility to pull people. When they dealt with the situation in Silver Spring, they pulled people out of Wheaton and out of Bethesda. It's not like we had flex units that we could simply bring there and then leave everybody else intact. And the fear is, and it's all complicated by the technology. I mean, what happened in Silver Spring where groups got together, dispersed, tweeted each other, said we're meeting over there, they go over there. You take the police, which are supposed to be concentrating on the core of downtown Silver Spring, and you turn them into chasing groups of kids all over Silver Spring. And remember, you can't arrest anybody until they've actually broken a law. So you've got to see the fight and see somebody doing something before you can act. Just being there isn't enough. Whereas in the police view, if there were curfew, they would say, those of you who are underage must leave now. And I guess the follow-on assumption is that if there's a group of people and the underage people leave, that the number that would remain behind would be reduced, and they might be less inclined to get into whatever they're about to get into because their numbers have been reduced. There's not a lot of greater arguments than that. I mean, I got to say, that's pretty much the scenario people are worried about and what they're trying to control. And it is a very heavy solution to that problem, and I'm aware of that.
And I think for Tacoma Park, we realize if that rule gets made in Montgomery County, it would be odd for a place that's relatively small within the surrounding total area having that same rule for us to do something different. That would be, I think, from my perspective, a challenge. So,
I mean, the problem that as a police see it is we're the only one that doesn't have this rule, and so it makes us an attractive nuisance. And so that's how they're looking at it.
Right, but Montgomery County is much larger proportionally with DC and Prince George's County as Tacoma Park is to.
I'm not saying there aren't really, really strong arguments on the other side, or that I've got slam dunk arguments on my side.
I appreciate you thinking it through in a thoughtful way.
And two more council colleagues, and we need to hear from who wanted to engage in a little dialogue with you. And I just want to acknowledge for everybody else in the audience, I know it's late, but it's always a real privilege to have Councilmember Elrich here and to be able to talk about real important issues for all of us. And I think it's really important to make sure that we get this conversation finished with. I know we have other items, and we will get to them as quickly as we can.
It kind of feels like the British Parliament, where you guys get to harass the Prime Minister. It's kind of, I think it's a really cool relationship where you can actually ask questions and, expect somebody to have to answer you.
And it's some of the more interesting conversations that we get to have in here.
We haven't booed you yet, though.
We haven't opened the trapdoor yet.
But you haven't given me round support for everything I've said.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hi.
We're in Little Mayberry here. We're in the middle of a big urban area, and we're happy with our little Main Street. It's not New Hampshire Avenue's on that side. Of course, that's important. But there are some things, it seems like there's some things which are unique to us being a small town. And I kind of go through all the list of things that we've discussed. By the way, Mayor, I'm fully in favor of your making the double exclamation point letter that Mark suggested. So you certainly have my support on that. And that's as regards planning. We're a bottom-up kind of place, and the planning that we have, I'll say the word labor under, is a regional planning that in the scenario that you're kind of painting, you're saying, well, you, the city, should be telling us, the county or park and planning, exactly what you want. It sounds sort of like get your zoners in place, zoning and planning officials in place at Tacoma Park, and build a case. Well, we don't have any zoning and planning officials because we don't have that authority. But I understand where you're coming from. That we do need to be specific as we can.
If we don't hear from you, we will impose on you. That's not a good
fully
thing.
Understand. I fully understand, and that's how it feels. Often feels that if we don't make our needs met, we will be imposed upon from on high, from the county, from park and planning, and it's unfortunate that we're our little town or little municipality that has to labor in that way. That is the reality of it. I completely understand. And as far as the zoning, I haven't heard a differentiation as regards CR or other kinds of zoning about places that are, it sort of feels like the CR zone is a suburban zone. And again, we're not really a suburb. Well, we are an early suburb, but we're a small town kind of suburb. I'm not hearing a differentiation. Well, the suburban areas ought to be, get this kind, or the ones with high traffic flow down Rockville Pike ought to get this kind of thing, or the ones that have a pedestrian focus, like Tacoma Park, ought to have. So those are some of the differentiating models, I guess you could say, that didn't seem like were presented initially, at least, with the CR approach.
Well, one approach that was suggested was doing overlay zones for the town of Kensington and for Tacoma Park. And Park and Planning refuses to do overlay zones.
Right, and that's their...
Even though we currently have overlay zones.
They do not want to do any more overlay zones. That would have been a solution which would have avoided one size fits all.
And we don't need to talk much about it's the county, and then there's Park and Planning, and they're both very large entities which control our lives in some ways, and we have to labor not with just one, but with both. As regards the ownership and the use of our very own lands within our borders. So that's a long-term issue for me, and we don't have to rehash that one. But I do appreciate your comments and the triple exclamation points. I think you're right on in fighting for things that are county-wide, like transportation. Great, keep it up. But the one thing I thought might be of value for us here tonight is to think a little bit about how the county delivers recreation services, because we are considering how we want our recreation department to function. And some of the things that we're discussing are the place of adult programming, the place of teen programming, the efficacy of offering things like life skills or job skills, and where arts fit in. And those, I know that rec in the county is under fiscal constraints. We have to be cognizant of that too, and then we have a special relationship with the county as regards funding for recreation, as we all know. And but I thought maybe you could shed some light on the kinds, if you know, the kinds of things that rec in the county offers to give us a sense of context.
Well, there are programs offered by both rec and to some extent by Park and Planning, and it's sports and summer camps and after-school activities, which that the county took on in the high schools and the middle schools. But frankly, we have shrunk that department by, I want to say, 45% of the employees that were there when I came on are no longer there.
At rest.
At rec. I mean, that department has been hammered.
And do they offer anything along the lines of job life skills, or arts probably went away a long time ago?
There are probably art programs out there. I don't look at all the programming. And there are some life skills. I don't know if, where exactly they sit in rec, but not enough. I mean, just, the history of Tacoma Park and rec is interesting, and, you all are, Bruce, you're as close to going back as I do, but there was a time when the city did a lot less, and we relied on county programs, and everybody realized that the county programs, you paid taxes for them, but they didn't hardly do anything down here. And the council then, that I sat on, made a decision to increase recreation programming at the city level because you had a need that was simply not being met by the county. And there were real concerns about the kids in the community and, at-risk youth. And the city stepped up, and it was, probably at the time one of innumerable examples where the city said, other people aren't doing this, that's not an excuse not for us to do it. We're going to do it. So your growth of rec programs came out of a recognition that what the county does isn't nearly enough.
And that's not changed clearly from what you said.
No, and you're right, I don't think it's changed.
Gone the other direction.
You don't get a whole lot down here, and you probably get less than you used to get. I don't know if you all are happy with your rec payment relationship. I know when I was on the council, I did not understand paying the county rec fee, given what kind of services you got from the county.
Well, we're going to solve all that because we won't just pay taxes for things that we don't receive in the future. I'm sure that will all work out. But, let's see. I think that was it. There was one thing that you just jogged my mind on, but I'll let it be and let the conversation continue. Thanks, Mark.
Councilmember Clay, you get the final word.
I'm so excited. I didn't realize that there was an offer to throw tomatoes and challenging questions. I was going to be nice and supportive.
I don't come to the Tacoma Park and not expect challenging questions because I sat there. I mean, I know where it is that I am.
Well, first, I want to say that I fully support bus rapid transit. I'm so happy that you pursue it and expend the energy that you do on it. I didn't take very many transportation planning classes because I didn't really like them, but the one transportation planning class that I did take, we had a discussion that the end result was that you could run gold-plated buses for the cost of fixed rail transit. And one of the wonderful things about it, too, was that if you needed to change the route, it didn't include, new land acquisition and rebuilding all of that stuff. It meant moving curbs. And so you can run a lot more of it. And the thing is that Americans need to get over the idea that they're not bus riders. And I think living in San Francisco for a while helps with that. It certainly helped me. And I have come to enjoy and appreciate the bus and look forward to seeing that developed in the county. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I would say, bus ridership was, the bus systems were destroyed in this country and basically turned into systems for what they call non-choice users. The assumption was that everybody would drive a car, and the only people who would ride transit were people who don't have a choice. And sort of like with Pepco, if you don't have a choice, I don't have to deliver a very good service because you're going to use it anyway. And I think that, the systems have evolved that way, and so people's perceptions of buses are similar. And, I don't know if you're like me, but if I go someplace else, whether it's in someplace in the country where they have real transit or Europe where they've got buses running around and doing cool things, I don't think twice about getting them. And it's part of as somebody who was originally a rail person, was realizing I don't do this when I'm overseas, and these things work really, really well. How much have I bought into this idea that there's one and only way to solve the transit problem? And, so when I think about this and try to talk to people about it, I've had my own journey from thinking it's absurd to think you could move people on a bus to realizing it's got wheels, it can go at the same speed, and can get me to the same place. But we've done a lot to condition people not to expect much.
So about the curfew, I grew up in a community with a curfew, and I think it actually helped me. I get stopped by the police for being in the park, and sent home.
Who hasn't?
I know. They're like, go home, girl. So I went home. I got stopped at 2 o'clock in the morning out with my cousin. She was shooting off firecrackers. They took me back home, out after curfew. They didn't see the firecrackers. They just got complaints from the neighbors because we ditched the firecrackers. And got driven back home. My dad answered the door in his T-shirt and his BVDs. And I spent the next day in silence moving bricks back and forth across the yard. But it was probably good for me. It's not good to be out shooting off firecrackers at 2 o'clock in the morning. But code of conduct, I think it's difficult to enforce. I don't know how useful the code of conduct will be unless you have, a lot of police officers there, because people are good at acting good in front of authority and then doing what they want to. Case in point, last year my teacher videotaped my daughter for me because she told me that she was bored in math class. And so what we saw on the tape was Ms. Talbach talking to the front of the class, and Piper sitting like this with her shoulders back, her spine straight. And as soon as the teacher turned around, Piper's like, sits back up straight as soon as Ms. Talbach turns back around again. She asks a kid in the class a question, which he didn't know the answer to. Ms. Talbach turned around, and Piper's like, pointing on the wall, here's the answer. So, code of conduct. You have to be watching all the time for the code of conduct, I think, to be useful. So that's quite a challenge. I just wanted to share that with you. 2 more items. Zoning. Gosh, the more I hear you talk, the more I think, we should just bite the bullet and do our own zoning in Tacoma Park. The reason not to do it is because you don't want to spend the money on it. You don't fight the tax rebate issues for it. But if it comes down to the fact that we can't have the kind of community that we want to have in Tacoma Park because it doesn't fit into the overall plan for Montgomery County zoning, then we have to do something. And I would think that an overlay zone for Tacoma where we could pick off pieces that don't fit would be appropriate and maybe worth expending some more political pressure. I mean, on the park and planning folks, because I don't want to set up an entire zoning department, but you and I have recently been discussing issues that would certainly readily lend themselves to an easier solution if we had some kind of a overall overlay zone for the city that we could affect. And I think looking at in part the local foods movement and some of the issues around that where we might be willing to do things that other communities aren't willing to do is one, and in participating at times around the issues, particularly around the Langley Park corridor and New Hampshire Avenue corridor, is we're looking at ways to support proprietor-run businesses and some of the unique challenges to that relative to floor space and building envelope and different things like that we're going to want to be more tailored to Tacoma Park than what the county is going to want. And I totally understand that if you took something that worked for Tacoma Park, that the impact that it could have in the outlying and more rural areas could be significant and not beneficial to that area. And so I really think that it's time for us to have that conversation and to look at, if not looking at what it would take to do zoning here, to come back to this idea of an overall overlay zone for the city of Tacoma Park, which I think would be the best solution. We do it with other things. We talked tonight about whether or not the county adopted the alarm code, or the city adopts the county alarm code, or there's other things where do we follow along with the county or not. And I think we should be able to choose on some of those issues that can be parsed out. And lastly, I know that you're not on the school board, but personally, for me to have my hyperactive, hyperly active, enthusiastic, vigorously out there, loving life child bust for a year to Grosvenor, then to come back to her next year in Piney Branch. I love Mr. G, I love the school. Starting school again with no playground and not a lot of outdoor exercise. It would be great if the county could maybe plan the activities more so that we don't impact the same kids rolling through.
I'm sympathetic.
Yeah, I thought you might.
I have questions about many things that get done. So is that...
And Councilmember Siemens has one quick thing.
I just wanted to thank you for coming here tonight. I think, you can hear from the questions. It's been very informative. We appreciate your coming. But we'd like to see you a little more often. And maybe it would shorten the length of these discussions. And so I'm hopeful that Mayor Williams will invite you back more frequently.
I have never said no, and I'm always willing to come whenever you guys want to come. So have me come. So don't feel shy. If you guys want to talk, we can talk. I mean, I enjoy this too. I mean, this is where I spent 19 years up there, and I learned an awful lot about community, how to doing the work that you all are doing. And I try to bring those sensibilities to the larger county. And it's not as easy because, I represented, 2,000, 3,000 people when I was on the council. And, I represent like 1 million people now. And it's hard to have that. But I really think it's important to have it. That's why I encourage you guys to weigh in on things like zoning. I mean, you shouldn't assume the people at the top always see things from the perspective of the bottom. And I don't know whether, for good or bad reasons, you should expect it. You never should give up your engagement assuming that somebody else is going to do it for you. You got to, you need to be there and advocate for yourselves. And when I was sat up there, I advocated. I was always saying we should sue the county. And so, I get your issue.
Sometimes you still say that.
There are things that haven't changed. But, I really appreciate, coming here. I'll come here as often as, you all think it's necessary. I look forward to, talking with you about any of the things we talk about.
And just one last thing, and you can answer it just as short as you want, but, you came from here, as you said, your base is probably here in Tacoma. What can we do to help you? And I think that's a fair question. We've been telling you all these things we want from the county, but what is it that Tacoma Park can do to help you?
Well, look, when you say things that, if you think that I'm doing stuff that's worthwhile, then, support it, let people know that you support it. Probably the thing that I find most valuable, frankly, is input. I mean, I've been accused of changing my mind, and that's not, somehow that's a bad thing, but I always figure, if you have a perspective on things, you know what you know up to the point you've made a decision. But if other people have other perspectives and want to, educate you, then you've got to be open to that. And so I encourage people to talk with me and let me know what they think, and not be shy whether you agree with me or not agree with me. To feel like, you should be able to approach and say, I've got a concern, and let me know what that concern is. So I enjoy the input I get.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks very much. We'll take a very short break, give us and you a chance to stand up and stretch, and we'll come right back and get to the rest of the agenda as quickly as we can.
How you doing?
Catch you before you leave.
remove the last work session item from the agenda, postpone the continued discussion of vision for city recreation services. Sorry, but there's no time. So we have 2 items left this evening, and the first one is the Tacoma Junction Task Force report on near-term recommendations, and we'll follow that up with a presentation by the Enterprise Development Group, and hopefully we'll get out of here by 11 o'clock. So,
I hope so,
welcome.
too. Hi, I'm Howard Cohen. I'm one of the chairs of the Tacoma Junction Task Force. And on behalf of the task force, we appreciate your time this evening. We started about a year ago, and what we found out foremost is that the junction is both a challenge and a conundrum. Well, actually, we knew that going in.
I was going to say, we all knew that.
We knew that going in, but I don't know that we appreciated how much of a challenge and how much of a conundrum we're dealing with. Nonetheless, we've persevered, and we've had some success, I think, and part of the success is the fact that many of us are here tonight. Let me quickly, by first name, introduce Jeff, Jim, Lorraine, Lynette, Katrina, Lorig, Kay, Roger, and Billy in the back, who put together the PowerPoint you're about to see, and Seth. I saved him for last. Seth, who's been our primary organizer and kept us on task, and really has made the task force work. We aim to get a full report done soon, we hope by our deadline, the end of the month. But tonight, we are presenting some preliminary results, both for your information, and also some items that we hope you'll take action on. In fact, one you'll have to vote on. But before we get to that, let me introduce Roger, who has written probably more words than anyone on the task force, maybe more than all of us combined, but has promised not to repeat all of them tonight.
Hi. So, next slide, Billy. There we go. Tacoma Junction is a special place for many reasons. The junction lies closest to the geographic center of the city. It provides many convenience, goods, and services to a diverse mix of nearby residents, and it's also home to several destination businesses. And it's worth noting that of the 25 or more business sites in the junction, only 3 are vacant at present, actually. Unique qualities include the junction's historic character, as well as the fact that it's nestled within residential neighborhoods. And finally, it's unique at present, of course, because the city owns a large piece of land there, and this is the only significant city-owned property in any commercial area of town, I think. But maybe you know another one. So it's been viewed for many years as an underperforming part of our city. Concerns about traffic congestion, pedestrian safety, the business mix and business sustainability, aesthetics, and other issues have surfaced for decades, and many, many residents and groups of residents have sought to improve or revitalize the area. So the task force's mandate has been to evaluate current conditions in Tacoma Junction, create an outreach plan to engage the community in an ongoing conversation about revitalization initiatives, and recommend options for council consideration that address the longstanding concerns about the area, as well as questions about the potential development of the city-owned lot. Next slide. Our task force decided early on to make this year's process a resident-driven one, or perhaps I should say stakeholder-driven one. We felt it was important that we engage with each other and with community stakeholders to develop a nuanced understanding of the complex and interwoven issues that surround the junction, so as to lay the groundwork for an action plan to move the area forward. Accordingly, we relied on the expertise of local community members as much as possible over the past year. We recognized that the unique qualities of the junction make it imperative that Tacoma Park as a community do the difficult work of defining the problem and identifying potential solutions and likely trade-offs, because this work necessarily involves a great deal of thinking and conversing about our values. So we organized ourselves in the 3 subcommittees you see here: business and property issues, including parking, research and outreach, and livability issues, which include traffic and pedestrian movement, as well as aesthetics. There was a deliberate overlap built into this structure so as to encourage careful consideration of the interdependencies among various issues. Next slide. That idea of interdependencies is crucial. Early on, we agreed upon this mission statement, which expresses the many ways in which we want the junction to serve our community as both a physical space and a locus of economic and cultural activity. And I think Seth shared that mission statement with you a few months ago. I spoke a few moments ago about the interwoven nature of junction issues. It's really quite likely that the difficulty we've encountered as a community over many years in trying to fix the junction, as Howard just alluded to, is not an indication of some civic failing on our parts, but rather it's a result of the great complexity of issues involved. The only simple fact about the junction is that there's no simple solution. If we are to succeed in making the junction a place that better serves us all, a nuanced, integrated, and measured approach is required so that in our efforts to improve one aspect of the junction's performance, we don't inadvertently cause harm to another aspect. Just to offer one example, we've identified a clear need for faster, more direct, more convenient pedestrian crossings or crosswalks to link the two sides of the business district, the co-op side and the Carroll Row side. However, in our efforts to make it easier for pedestrians to cross, we don't want to inadvertently increase vehicular congestion. So there's always a give and take in all of these issues. So as the mission statement shows, we're trying to hold and balance all the following aspects as we seek improvements for the junction: historic character, the needs of the fire station, through traffic needs, access to local amenities, which includes pedestrian and cyclist pathways, parking, and public transit, convenience for local consumers, sustainability for businesses, including marketing, aesthetics, environmental preservation and sustainability, and the desire to make this centrally located place a true gathering place for all of our community. Next slide. We've captured a great deal of our discussions and data collection on our task force website, which we intend as a resource to you as council members and to all stakeholders as conversations and actions proceed from here. And I'll pass it on to Kay.
Next slide, please, Billy. These are the current conditions as we actually saw them in the beginning of our quest, and just give you a few pictures of them. And we'd like to see the next slide now, Billy. So, we were involved in a lot of community outreach. And it included 10 residential outreach events. Approximately 150 participants were involved. At all the outreach gatherings, we received from each attendee a survey, plus we recorded everything they said. We did business surveys. We went to every business and outreach to everyone to find out what they were interested in. We did over 100 pedestrian intercepts at different times and different days to see what pedestrians, who were they, why were they coming to the junction, how did they get there, if they parked, where did they park. And we had informal conversations throughout the community, down at the Franklin, over with the Recreation Department and their senior adults. And we also had lots of visitors to our task force. So, next slide, please, sir. And this is what we found. What's there and what's not? There's a co-op, clearly the anchor business. There are lots of other well-appreciated goods and services. There's good personalized customer service. What's not there? Another anchor to draw shoppers across the street. Lower cost groceries and basic items, and a place to meet. What I'd like to see: local market, general store with the basics, a nice restaurant, a lunch counter, a cafe. Food was everywhere. Everybody wanted someplace to eat. Mobile food vendors, cuisine, and I'm talking about gourmet cuisine, not just dirty water hot dog stands, but really fine dining food trucks. Destination businesses, a dance hall, local source restaurant, a doctor or a dentist, weekly vendor market, or a flea market of some kind. It might help business if we had improvement to access parking, put better crosswalks in, beautify the area, coordinate marketing, ditch the inventory tax, and create incentives for full occupancy. It would be fun if we had a community patio, multi-use pavilion, dances, concerts, festivals, intergenerational activities. I'd be happy if we could. Reduce peak congestion, favor pedestrians more, make storefronts sparkle, ease and clarify access to parking. Some development is okay. For sure, for the city-owned lot, we would mostly accept mixed-use development, a co-op expansion, market or food truck area, gourmet food truck area with some seating, gathering space for games, music, and dancing, and ease the flow. Add direct line crosswalks of Carroll Avenue to connect the two sides of the district. Most are open to changes in light signalization, crosswalks, and street alignments. Opinions were very, very mixed on many roundabouts or any kind of a roundabout. Mostly keep kids and seniors safe. Whatever happens, they'd better reduce commercial parking on side streets, reduce cut-through traffic, keep the buffers, B.Y. Morrison Park and the Woods. If we're truly green, we ought to make it pedestrian and cyclist-friendly, encourage bus use, pilot solar co-op use on the commercial rooftops. And the most magic suggestion of all is, how about a wind turbine? You have a wind turbine up on the hill and everybody having picnics underneath. It ought to be our special place. Tell us more about the Junction's historic character. Harmonize new development with existing. Make it a place where our community comes together. Go back to the future, a vital hub of local goods, services, and activities. We've talked long enough. Status quo is unacceptable. We understand the budget market constraints. We want to balance the many interests. Please, please, even if it's incremental or experimental, make something happen. And this is what the people, all the people that we talked to, had to give us feedback upon. And it was a pretty exciting experience for all of us. And without further ado, I turn it over to Mr. Seth Grimes.
Thanks, Kay. So early on, we talked about how we had 3 subcommittees, one of which was focusing on the business district, and the second of which was talking about traffic, pedestrian safety, and so on. There, as Kay was just saying, are constraints. They're not just financial constraints. There are conditions in the junction that are not resolved as of this moment, such as the traffic flow and the signal timing. There are things that need to be done, like solidify the relationship with the State Highway Administration in order to be able to make any kind of progress on reworking the streetscape, pedestrian safety, and all of that kind of stuff. There are serious environmental concerns in the junction. As you know, I believe 2 of the vacant storefronts are vacant because of environmental conditions that are going through a very slow process of cleanup along the Carroll Avenue strip. There is also, we learned from talking to community members who have been around for a very long time, potentially serious environmental issues underneath the city lot, especially as you get to the hillside. A local family ran a business that dumped commercial and residential waste there for many years. Who knows what was in that waste? So we're not at a point where we can tell you that you, the council, should get the city to issue an RFP for development on the lot and so on. We need to take a much more gradual process. So you did ask us for process and plans, and we will give you some right now to bridge us for the next few months. So in particular, talking about 2 areas, the city lot, putting aside the rest of the business district. So we do have concerns that we've talked about already, and we would ask you to take immediate steps, to the extent that you can and agree with us, to look for expert assistance to do a non-invasive first-step environmental assessment of the city lot. That's the paved area and the wooded area below it. So if you do something invasive, if you start drilling and so on, then you potentially open yourself up to liability to clean up whatever you might find that needs cleaning up. We don't want to overstep and get into something that is going to be much more expensive and involved than we would otherwise want to get involved in. So non-invasive environmental assessment, people like Lorraine Pearsall can tell you a bit more about what's involved there. We would like the staff, we're going to ask you for an extension of the task force to do some of this stuff, including a fuller meeting in January. We've discussed this with the mayor. Work with us on design of a flexible community use space for the city lot that would not involve pulling up the pavement, therefore it would not involve any kind of exposure to environmental liabilities. This is an idea that was brought forward by John Urciolo, who knows the community, the business and the commercial needs of the residents better than anyone around here. An idea maybe of putting up some kind of roof structure like at the Silver Spring Veterans Plaza that isn't hugely expensive, that could potentially house a removable dance floor, that could allow for parking at other times, for mixed flexible community use, potentially involving food trucks. I know some people don't like that. Other people, a lot of people do like that idea. Some commercial use for the space. That needs some design, if you agree with that approach. And that is reversible. It doesn't lock out development at a larger scale in the future. Pursue expert assessment of business and business potential. Actually, the Old Tacoma Business Association is pursuing this. I won't talk about that right now, but we can talk about that a little bit later. OTBA, Roz Grigsby, has applied for some grant funding that would do this. There's another potential source of grant funding that would further do this. And then, of course, we want to track the TPS co-op expansion planning. So later on, we would, based on what's found in an initial non-invasive environmental assessment, potentially do borings and so on. If things come up clean, if we want to explore next steps, we don't want to lock ourselves into that yet. And then perhaps down the line, the city will want to do a request for proposals for site development, for actual building there. The next one, Billy, is roadways. There are concerns we've talked about. I won't repeat them right now because of the time. We clearly need to solidify the State Highway Administration relationship. The police department has had trouble getting information out of the SHA. City staff have. The Junction Task Force has. And we can enlist members of the district delegation. At least 2 of them are very willing to help with that. That needs to be done. Of course, the optimization of the signals needs to be completed, the replacement of the pedestrian signals that's going on right now. And once that's done, we need measurement of the traffic and pedestrian flows in conjunction with the signal timings and so on to serve as a baseline for further assessments down the line. Those further assessments could, involve engaging, once again, expert guidance on the feasibility of various plans that people in the community and on the task force have come up with for larger scale roadway reconfiguration. But we won't talk about that right now. We do need that, and we need simulations of those options that the city chooses to pursue. But right now we need to stabilize that SHA relationship and get the signal optimization completed, and then do some baseline measurements there. Then we can consider longer term stuff. I'm not going to say anything about parking, other than that a step that the city can and should take right now is to do some public transit education. If people are using transit more, then they will be less reliant on parking. I think we can all agree there. So that's it for really the near-term stuff. I'm going to turn it over to Howard now to wrap up. There you go. That's you. Oh, I'm sorry. I left Katrina off. Katrina's going to talk about some potential nearer term but not immediate improvements. Sorry.
Hi. Okay. Oh. Well, okay. Well, I'm here to talk to you all about the traffic, the low-cost modifications that we would hope that you all would explore. I have some notes here. As Seth said, we'd like to emphasize that we need to solidify the relationship between the State Highway Administration and the city so that more development or more progress in the junction will happen. But I'd like to talk to you what we have up here. The task force would also like to propose that the city explore these low-cost modifications. These modifications will address the current concerns of many citizens about traffic flow through the junction. The first two options address the obstacles that occur when eastbound motorists are crossing the Carroll intersection. Motorists often encounter two obstacles to making the green light, because the buses don't use the bus bays in front of the co-op. So therefore, people cannot go around the bus bays, and so people get upset because they cannot seem to pass through the two green lights, which they think they should be able to get through. In addition, people cannot get through the two green lights because they can't. People are making a left-hand turn onto Sycamore Avenue as well as into the co-op. So this causes lots of frustration with the motorists who are driving through the Tacoma Park Junction, and therefore people try to speed through. They don't take a deep breath and look at the businesses that are there. So we propose that we change Sycamore Avenue into a one-way street for incoming traffic from Ethan Allen Avenue, creating more parking spaces on each side of the Tacoma Park Co-op, changing the traffic light pattern of the Sycamore Avenue light to allow westbound traffic on Ethan Allen Avenue to proceed through the intersection while eastbound traffic is stopped and vice versa. We also would like, we like to permit only right turns into Sycamore and right turns out. Left-hand turns would not be permitted on Sycamore Avenue or into the co-op's parking lot. We would then remove Sycamore Avenue traffic light. The third option looks to return the southbound Carroll Avenue traffic flow to the way it was. That is, we would convert the left lane of the southbound Carroll Avenue to allow right and left-hand turns. Because what people see right now is that motorists who are coming from the hospital tend to speed towards that light because they know that they won't be able to get through a green light. So we propose that we give them more options to turn right onto Carroll Avenue. And the fourth option addresses the congestion during heavy traffic times in front of the fire station. Again, it's similar to what you find in front of B.Y. Morrison Park or in front of the co-op. You're not able to pass a car who's turning left on Philadelphia Avenue. So that backs up into Old Town. So we propose making two lanes on eastbound Carroll Avenue where it intersects Philadelphia Avenue at the fire station, assigning one lane for left turns. And finally, we like to propose that the city explore installing a signalized crosswalk from Grand Avenue to the city lot. The addition of this crosswalk will allow pedestrians to safely cross Carroll Avenue, as well as contribute to the synergy of the Carroll Row shops in the city lot. So without further ado, I'll turn this over to Howard.
Seth, why don't you? So, yeah, Billy, the next slide. We're done. We're on it. Oh, good for that. Okay, and you can just see the slide as well. So, what Katrina just gave you were some options, of course, that don't really involve changing the hardscape, and presumably don't cost a lot of money. But we want to, and I don't want to influence how you want to proceed from here. But the points that we wanted to reemphasize and is that the staff, the city, work more vigorously with SHA to optimize the signals, and then to set a measurement process in place. Let's see.
You want to work more
No, that's why I said staff. Did you catch that part?
It's clear that, we need collectively, we need a much fuller discussion than this of the things that we're going to put forward in our report. That would include the long-term stuff, potentially large-scale changes, and not just the smaller near-term stuff that we're discussing now. And in discussions with the mayor, it seems like that would have to be in January. So the idea of extending the task force started with giving the task force standing to participate, for what that's worth, standing for participation in that work session in January. Then we started thinking, well, then the extended task force could actually do some work between now and then, in particular work with city staff toward some of the goals like the solidification of the SHA relationship, this design thing that I talked about myself. So you see that on the slide here. Those are actually all the points that are on the slide here. And we did name by position a number of the city staff whom we'd expect to consult. Now, we did have a meeting with Chief Rakucci. We had a meeting with the Public Works Director, Darrell Braithwaite, and with the Community and Economic Development Director, Sarah Daines. So we've had cooperation, but this is to work with them on specific things that we will have reported. So you would need to decide that you want to do that extension. And in any case, as Howard said to start off, we do intend to get you our report real soon. We understand that right now we run through September 30th, and we take that seriously.
So we're talking about, that's the action item for you to vote on, is to whether to extend us. But in this interim period, I want to go back to talking about the points where we can work together with staff, where staff could work separately to pursue sort of the options that have been outlined, especially the ones dealing with SHA, and also the idea of exploring community use of the city lot, and they've been mentioned as well.
So at this point, we would take any kind of questions or remarks from you and try to respond to them as best we can.
Okay. Councilmember Robinson.
I really like the way you didn't say, oops.
There we go. Thank you.
I really like the way you didn't.
Push it down. Maybe that'll bring it to come to life. I really like the way you didn't recite all the words on the PowerPoint. I'm kind of a PowerPoint critic, I guess, or aficionado of how PowerPoints work. And there were a lot of words that came out that weren't on the PowerPoint. I very much appreciate that. Keep up that good work. And I move to extend the task force through January 31st, 2012.
I would second that.
Okay, we'll have a little more discussion, and then we will vote on that.
I'd suggest that if you do that you ensure, of course, that all the current members wish to continue participating. Some of them haven't participated in a while.
Councilmember Clay.
What do you mean by participate with official standing in an anticipated January council works? What does official standing mean?
We used to all sit around the table, remember that?
Yeah, but we didn't have to request official standing, so I'm wondering what it is you want more than the participation that's usually afforded to task force like this that work on issues.
Well, it's a question of protocol. If you feel we don't need to be officially extended, it's fine by us.
So by official standing, you mean because you're extended through January 31st, that provides you, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe you wanted to set you up as a commission, like the planning commission or something like that. I didn't quite understand that.
We hope to move into permanent offices.
Yeah. Okay.
Salary staff, the whole
works, right.
Okay.
As a city-appointed committee, we are subject to the State Open Meetings Act and so on. That's the kind of thing. And we will have to have a few meetings between now and then.
I just, I didn't think did you think we were going to make you stand out in the cold and watch it on your cell phone or, All right.
Got some eyes, that's all.
For those of you who don't torture yourselves by coming to the city council meetings night after night for years on end, For a long time, I have suggested that we look at the model that was used in Santa Cruz after the earthquake, which included, what was that?
Something from California.
Yeah, well, Santa Cruz is sort of California. Which would provide a canopy that would provide cover for businesses to come to the city lot, and could be like in Santa Cruz post-earthquake, it functioned like a small business incubator, essentially, because it allowed people an affordable startup place. And I've talked about it before, so I'm not going to talk about it again here. But what we said was that we would wait. We had to wait until after the fire station was built. And after the fire station was built, then we could come back to this issue. So the fire station is built. The county's repaved the lot. And I think that that's probably a good time now to consider that and put something together there while we do the larger land use planning. The one thing I will say that was interesting, I don't remember exactly how long the tent stayed up in Santa Cruz, but it was a while before they got the community rebuilt. And several of the businesses that got started there did move into brick and mortar buildings in the community, and some of them couldn't make it because their business model only worked if they had, near next to free space. But I think it really helped revitalize and reinvigorate the community as it came back together. So I would like to see us move forward on that quickly rather than waiting for more reports and activities. And the other thing that I would say is that I think ideas are all interesting. I think the ideas all around Sycamore and the bus and everything are interesting. I'm concerned about the one about the left turn only lane going northbound on Carroll, so that you turn left on Philadelphia. I think it would be great to have a dedicated left turn lane there, especially when I'm sitting in a line of 30 cars and they're only stopped there because somebody wants to turn left on that street. But tell you what I'm concerned about is that people already drive up onto the sidewalk in front of the fire department. I don't see how there's enough road width in the road specifications there by 1930 standards, let alone, the 2011 standards. And I would just say, I won't put it out there that I would hate to see anything happen there that increases the likelihood that people will drive on to the sidewalk, because they do so with abandon, and it's scary.
Maybe if we move the fire station back.
Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Wright.
I'm generally supportive of investigating this flexible use more. I'd encourage us to figure out kind of what the options are and the costs for the city in terms of what sort of semi-permanent or not permanent at all covering, and what the options there are and the cost. Can you go back to the slide with the recommendations, which were mostly kind of traffic related with Sycamore and that sort of stuff?
Katrina.
That would be helpful. Yeah. So what's the opinion of Sycamore residents on the idea of changing the street to one-way for incoming traffic from Ethan Allen?
That is something that we still need to,
We haven't done a scientific.
still need to, I'm sorry.
Come on up.
Outreach?
Yeah.
Conduct outreach with.
We haven't done anything like a door-to-door survey. So you can anticipate that there would not be unanimous support.
But with any of these modifications, there's not going to be unanimous support. That is something that we have to face.
Yeah, no, not unanimous, but it might be, we might have overwhelming opposition.
That is true.
So I'm just curious if we had any sense of that. And there is one person on that street who is fairly powerful in the state government, so. And is one, so I'm a little bit confused. So that's one-way street for incoming traffic. So you'd only be able to go down it from basically Ethan Allen. right?
And you would be able to remove that traffic signal that's there.
That's the other option.
You wouldn't need the traffic signal anymore, and the traffic signal is a pain point.
And is the next one, is the next bullet point a different option? Or,
Yes.
So, but it says right turns out of Sycamore. I thought no one would be coming out if it's one way in only.
That's not a...
These are mutually exclusive.
They're mutually.
They're mutually, so they're not.
Or.
Yeah, they're either, okay, that was my first question. Okay. Great, no, those are my questions, thanks.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank all of you for coming tonight. I appreciate your willingness not only to come out at this late hour for this important discussion, but also the work that you put in. I understand there's a great amount of time and effort put into this committee, or this task force, and I really appreciate the work you've done. I think the way you've organized things, not just here at the meeting, but also in the work that you did, is impressive. I think the presentation has been very helpful. And I compliment Dan for all of his focus on the PowerPoint. I have a few questions about the traffic, but I really don't need to go into those specifics tonight. I would certainly support extension of the task force, because it's clear that there's more work to do, and there's more. These recommendations, I think, are very valuable, but I think the council is going to come away with some questions that it's going to be important to be able to come back to you all and ask for a little bit more work. And as you said, I'm sure you have some additional things that you see that need to be done. And lastly, I'd just like to say that I personally would think that getting some core samples sooner would be preferable to later. There may be some risk involved in doing that, but I don't see that delaying the risk is of much value. So,
one of the things along those lines is that aerial photography and other mapping that was done back in the day when the trash was dumped there is a good first step, because it could tell you a lot without taking any risk and also without any real cost.
yeah, I know that in other parts of the city where we have worried about the potential contaminants that have been buried because of similar dump sites, we found that there wasn't really the contamination. It was primarily concrete waste that remained. So I understand there is a risk. I just if it's there and we're going to ever want to use this property.
I just want to, environmental remediation is something I work in, so I just want to offer you a couple insights on maybe a way to proceed in a phased way, which would make sense. And this is what anyone would do who would help us with this, is the first thing you do is you gather information. And so it would be important to understand the types of material that might have been disposed of there. And if the city has any records, we've heard a couple of things, that it could have contained commercial waste. I mean, we don't really know exactly, but I suspect that there may be records on it. It would be very nice to pinpoint the time frame. And that's important because there are aerial photographs that you can go and you can look at. We have absolutely no idea how big it is or where the boundaries are. Because the fire station has been there since the 1920s, it probably didn't go over as far as the fire station. And so how far exactly is it? It may be very small, or it may be quite large. John Urciolo thought it went all the way down the hillside. One of the ways you can tell something like that is to get the aerial photographs from that period. So once we we pinpoint the general period that it happened, we can get aerial photos, and people know how to do that. It really isn't so hard anymore to do that, and believe it or not, they can be very available because they're usually connected with tax records, and so aerial photos are often available. I can't say specifically they will be here, but it's worth looking for them. And I would suggest that that's a reasonable first thing to do before you stick anything in the ground, because we don't even know how big it is, where it's located, where do you put a boring. We just simply don't know. So I think it's absolutely imperative that we do a little bit of sleuthing before you stick anything in the ground, because it
Certainly,
could be like,
I would agree. We want to follow the experts' advice. I just, my feeling is that I don't think we're going to want to say, well, we're just never going to do anything there, and so at some point we're going to stick it in the ground and find out what's there.
Let's find out where it is and how big it is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yeah, it's late, I'm tired, and we still have to start over. I'll get used to this son of a gun yet. Okay, it's late, I'm tired, no one else is, I'm sure, just me. So I'll try and keep it very brief. I'm concerned that in the mission statement, the word economic or growth or anything of indicating enhancing the economy of that intersection doesn't appear. There's words about safety and sustainable commercial opportunities, which I guess means successful businesses, convenience and stuff like that. But I'd point out that there may be only 3 vacancies there, but those stores have been vacant for a really long time, and many of the businesses that are there have very low sales per square foot. Of course, the co-op probably has a pretty high sales per square foot. But those are very low productivity kinds of retail businesses. And part of the reason for that is that there's a lack of easy parking, as you already know. And part of it is that there's a very little economic synergism going on down there. I mean, you got a lot of that around the corner and down in the center of Old Town, where all the businesses more or less stimulate each other. You don't have that at Tacoma Junction, and I think that makes the future of the city lot extraordinarily important, not just for the benefit of the residents of the area and what can be done there, but for the ability for businesses to succeed, including the ones that are there. And I know that there's some very nice businesses there: the bicycle shop, the veterinary place, the pizza place, and the yoga place. Those are all great businesses. And I'm not talking about forcing them out, but any businessman, person in his right mind is going to sort of say, yeah, if we had a real anchor, something besides the co-op, there'd be a lot more synergy, there'd be a lot more pedestrians, there'd be a lot more traffic, and we'd all do a lot better. I'd like to see that be part of the mission statement, and I'd like to, and I understand the need for you, and I applaud the idea of interim uses for the city lot, but at some point in time, we're really going to have to think about long-term permanent redevelopment of that city lot, and I think Terry's idea of doing an environmental on that lot is sooner or later it's just going to have to be done if you're going to have an RFP, because otherwise it's going to be hard to encourage developers to pay attention to it when they just simply do not know what's underground. And if we have that data, it would be much more likely we would get interested parties. So I have more thoughts on that. I don't want to take the time now to go into it. and I particularly try to stay away from the work of the Tacoma Junction Task Force to allow you guys to do your thing the way you need to, because I think it's vital that you've had this independence. The City Council will have its turn when its turn comes, and I definitely want you the extra time you need. I'll give you all the time. I'll give you more than that so that you can work this thing through. No, don't really? No, okay. No, gee, gosh, I thought you wanted to stay on this for a long time. And and it goes without saying that I know that this has been a real tough situation to analyze, and I applaud the work that you've been doing. And I'm really looking forward to the product that you're going to come up with.
Well, that's right. We'll address essentially everything you raised in January when we come back with the full report. Just parenthetically, two of the businesses or two of the storefronts that are empty might be easily filled. There's been interest, but they're not usable because of the environmental remediation.
And I know part of the problem is the landlords, are the landlords that own those properties, and their hesitancy or reluctance or whatever the right word is to do much about trying to get those properties rented.
The city manager, at our suggestion, and which you agreed with, did look into the situation with the voluntary remediation program that the landlord is under, and the city manager reported that the progress was considered to be satisfactory, I suppose, in a legal sense. So, what do you do there? There might be other tools that the city can dispose of in order to push the landlord around to move faster. I think that would be great, but
something we're going to have to, as a city council, focus on when we get to all of this, to the end of this in January, because at some point we're going to have to say, okay, like the environmental task force did, you're going to come in with recommendations and expect us to start taking action, and not 3 years from now, but relatively quickly. And that's one of the things we're going to have to, I think we're going to have to focus on.
Councilmember Snipper.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank you for your effort and what you have said, and as well as what hasn't been said, and I really look forward to the full report. I'm very supportive of the extension of time to do that. And then I have two small asks. One is, I'm sure you'll do this, but I just want to voice it, to encourage it, is to, I think it's really important to discuss all the issues. You guys have wrestled with these issues. In your meetings, you've talked to residents about these issues. I think it's important to include all of them and all of that discussion in the report, whether you agree with something or not, just having it down there so people know that they have been heard, that some perspective isn't left out, because people will then feel that they haven't been heard and won't feel like a fair process. So I think it's really important to have the discussion in there. The second thing is, I was a little surprised, did not hear really much of anything about the historical character nature of some parts of the junction. And I, as I said, you didn't have time to speak to everything, so I would be shocked if in the final report there wasn't that in there, but I just want to say I want to see it there.
It'll be there.
Yeah,
and
thanks.
So essentially everything, I'm not sure what the adjective is, and I don't want to say any worthwhile discussion. I just want to say, but you will have plenty to look at.
Thanks.
There are no immediate or near-term steps that we brought forward today that would invoke historic review. We're not suggesting any kind of change to B.Y. Morrison Park or any of the existing curb lines. That's why we haven't talked about it today.
Reuben, thank you for bringing that up.
on this committee, and
I
you know
noticed that, yes.
that we're not going to avoid that discussion because the integrity of the historic district is very important to us for a lot of reasons, and particularly the environmental setting of the historic district. And what do I mean by that? I mean by that how streets come together, how the intersection comes together, the patterns of the streets, the size of the sidewalks. All of that is very important. And you all heard when Neil Peterson sat here that he said he felt his biggest hurdle to widening 410 was the fact that we are National Register eligible. And I really loved hearing him say that. And so we cannot do anything. We have really two levels of review to worry about, both the county and National Register eligibility. We don't want to destroy that for the junction, for many, many important reasons that go beyond all of us. Thanks.
And I just want to add my thanks to all your hard work to get to this point and my support for extending you till end of January. And to just add one quick thing that I'm assuming that you have covered, and we don't need to talk about it now, but you'll have some detail in the report about when you talk about some of the temporary uses for the lot, understanding how that can affect the parking for the co-op and the parking for everything else, and understand how that would work so that there's a sense that it's not setting up a new temporary use that then takes away some of the ongoing needs, and just making sure that discussion gets in there, that acknowledgement of that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we need to, or we would plan to talk to Darrell and other staff people. One of the questions to wrestle with. Before we wrap up, I just want to not lose track of this one point with the SHA, getting the signals optimized and setting up measurements. This could happen, and we hope will happen well before January, so that it's not something that we're still waiting on when we come back to you.
We have our hopes that a number of things will get coordinated with SHA, including the conversation next week with the briefing on the ownership and maintenance, and the issues that the chief talked about earlier this evening with the ongoing work that State Highway is doing there for the trigger mechanisms for what's going on. So, and then there's also the broader piece of State Highway was supposed to upgrade what was going on in there with the traffic signals to make them able to be handed over to the county and put into the county system, and they're about the only remaining lights in the county that aren't in the county system, and it's just basically waiting on money from State Highway to do that. So that there are a number of related issues having to do with signalization and timing, and at least we've finally been getting some answers and some satisfaction on some of the immediate safety issues. And because of that and the continuing concern, I think we are in fairly constant contact with State Highway, and we have a better chance than we've had in a long time of getting some of that addressed.
That's good to hear.
And I've heard so far, I'm not sure I heard unanimous, but from the people who said anything, it was unanimous that we want to extend. And so I think we can safely say that I'll schedule that for next week, and we'll take formal action to do that. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. And now we will get to our final item. Poor gentleman has been here a long time.
Front row, front and center.
And we're looking forward to the presentation, and we're all still awake. And if you are too, let's do this. And this is a presentation by the Enterprise Development Group on its micro-lending program. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kevin Kelly. I'm the Managing Director of ECDC Enterprise Development Group. I'm pleased to be here to talk to you about some of our programs tonight. Our main office is over in Arlington, but we've just opened up a satellite office in Tacoma Park here. In fact, it's at 7676 New Hampshire Avenue, close to where the University Boulevard, New Hampshire Avenue intersection is. A little bit of background, we were created by the Ethiopian Community Development Council, and they were served refugees in the greater D.C. area, and we were created to basically do economic development for low and moderate income people all around the Washington, D.C. area. And there's two programs that we have that I particularly like to talk to you about tonight. One is our microenterprise lending program, and one is something called individual development accounts, which I'll explain in a little bit. I guess also before I go on too far in disclosure here that Fred Schultz is on our board of directors, who's got me invited here tonight. The microenterprise loan program makes small loans to businesses that are employing 1 to 5, I should say, employees. The loans vary from $500 up to $50,000. The average size is about $16,000. We do look at a lot of things that a bank would look like credit score and collateral and equity and that sort of thing. We just have a much different threshold. Our role really is to make loans to enterprises that banks are not going to touch. The loan sizes are too small. They don't have the collateral. The collateral's not the type that they want, that sort of thing. We also provide technical assistance to people who are coming into us for a loan. So we talk to them about their credit score, how can they improve that, to give them some financial literacy training when that's necessary. Try to help them as well after they get the loan. Some of them need help with marketing and different things like that, so the loan staff do that on an individualized basis. In our history, as you can see here, we've made over 800 loans worth more than $13 million, so we've had a pretty big impact. What we really like to do is do more in Maryland, and particularly in this area here. We were taking a look at the Crossroads area, Langley Park, Tacoma Crossroads, and I think that demographics there really fit the type of people that we're trying to help. Hence, that made sense for us to put the satellite office over there. I did want to mention, just as an illustration, one individual that is sort of a good example of somebody that we've helped is a guy named Hinak Tesfaye. He came to the D.C. area directly from Ethiopia. He didn't have a credit score. He just had gotten here. He went to the bank, said, I would like to have a loan to start a used car business. I can buy some cars and then sell them. I said, forget it. Who the heck are you? You don't have a score. We don't, you don't fit our profile of what we're looking for. The loan size is too small, et cetera. Get out of here. So he then came to Enterprise Development Group, and we made him a loan. And he's taken that loan. He bought the cars that he was looking for initially, made money off of that, then saw opportunity in managing used car, lots for parking in D.C., starting with U Street, and then made some money at that, started doing other lots, and eventually he got to be so big and capable that he bid with another partner and got awarded the management contract for the parking lots at Dulles Airport and Reagan National. So here's this guy who came here from another country, didn't have much of anything, nobody to give him a loan. He got a loan from us, and he's turned this into a company with several hundred employees and several $1 million in income each year, managing both the big airports here in our metro area. So that shows what can be done if you give somebody an opportunity. So that's what we're trying to do here. A little bit on the match savings account program, which is what the individual development accounts are. The way that it works is somebody that, in this case, they need to be a refugee because where money is coming from, the Office of Refugee Resettlement. But you're a refugee, and you're working, and you have a lower income. You can come in, and if you save $1, then we match it with public money from Office of Refugee Resettlement. They meet their goal, and then they can take that money and do one of three things: start a business, buy a home, or use it for education, which could be vocational education, or it could be University of Maryland, Montgomery College, something like that. So that's another program that's been very helpful. There's some numbers I put in here. We've set up over 1,000 accounts in our history. Clients have saved themselves over $1.5 million, and they've received $2.5 million in matching funds, which is totals $4 million. dollars in assets that these people have received through the program in the metro area here. I think those are both things that we can provide to residents here. We would like to work with the city government, with business associations, with community leaders, and we've already started meeting with some of them, a lot of them through introduction from Fred. And any way that you can think of that we can be helpful to get the word out, we would love to do that. And we look forward to being here in your fair city, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for coming and for staying until this late hour. It's very helpful to know that you're here and to understand a little bit of what you do. Councilmember Wright.
So I had one question first. About
Sure.
whether you've talked to CASA. Sorry. First question is whether you've talked to CASA of Maryland, which is a immigrants' rights organization that's based in Montgomery County and Prince George's County.
Yeah, we have, actually. Two things. Well, when we were looking at space over this way, they obviously just bought this big new building not very far from here. And we did go over there and take a look at that. It didn't quite fit what we were looking for. And the New Hampshire Avenue site was a better spot for us. But I didn't go into it because it's a little premature. But we've been talking with CASA and also Latino Economic Development Corporation. We put in a joint proposal. CASA was a lead. And they've raised some money. And the idea is to make some essentially consumer loans to people who qualify to be U.S. citizens, but the fee has gotten so darn high that they can't pay it. And so we would make a loan for the amount of the cost for the application, and we'd pay that to USCIS, and then they would pay us back, either us or Latino Economic Development Corporation. It was an office in Wheaton. And so that's something we're hoping to announce in October, actually. But we haven't dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, so I didn't mention that. But, yeah, we were working very closely with them.
And have you guys pursued any other IDA funding sources, like through HHS and the Assets for Independence program, as opposed to refugee resettlement? It would just allow you to have a probably broader audience of people who could get the IDA programs.
Yeah, I've thought about many ways as I could to get matching money, which is the hang-up with Assets for Independence. And we have tried to go to banks. We have tried to go to various places, some companies and foundations. And I don't know if this is not as sexy as it used to be or what the issue is, but we have been unsuccessful in raising the money. The state of Virginia has a small program which we use for Virginia residents, but over here we don't have something equivalent. And so it's been frustrating for us because what we want to do is serve everybody who's a low, moderate income in the metro area. Instead of, well, you're a refugee, okay, so it's a Virginia resident, okay, you're here. Or you live in Maryland, well, if you're not a refugee, then sorry. If you live in D.C., then, well, if you're not a refugee, sorry. Go talk to this other group over there. But it's been difficult finding the money. If you have any ideas of how to raise money over in this area for that, I would love to talk to you, but that's the hang-up with Assets for Independence. You have to have the match, or they won't give you the money.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you after the meeting about that, actually.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that's so exciting about the Economic Development Group is that
microphone.
I think that one of the things that's so exciting about the Enterprise Development Group's programs, it's not that they're unknown or unheard of before. Microenterprise lending has been around for, 15 years, made famous by the Grameen Group in India, and it's popularized all over the United States. Or IDAs, that's not innovative either. But the fact is that this is an organization that's been doing this for 20 years now and is among the largest microenterprise lending groups in the United States. And so they have the ability to actually make a significant, have a significant impact on a community. And really the task is, as I see it, from my point of view, because I'm on the board of this organization, is getting the word out into the community in a credible sort of way. It's oftentimes easy to announce programs to the community, but to get people who are in the immigrant community, who are asylees, or who are lower or moderate income, or language barriers, or literacy barriers, and all the usual stuff, to actually believe and take cognizance of the fact that something like this exists, takes a real long time. It's sort of a question of building up trust and building up word of mouth, because the potential in the Tacoma, Langley, and East Silver Spring area to utilize these funds, and there's a lot of money that's available that the EDG has that it can lend, is huge, absolutely amazing what's potential here. And a few weeks ago, Kevin and I met with Ronnie Galvin, the executive director of Impact Silver Spring, which is all about grassroots organizing, and he's really fired up and excited about it, because this organization, Impact Silver Spring, make a perfect kind of combination, because they complement each other in terms of what they do. Impact Silver Spring doesn't have the knowledge or the skills or the know-how with financial assistance to low and moderate income people. This organization lacks the ability to go out and shake the apples from the trees. So that's the kind of linkages that we're looking to make here, and that's why I invited Kevin Kelly to come here and talk about this program. So it's not like it's a new program to us only in a geographic sense. They've actually been doing loans in Maryland. I think they've done at least one I know of in Tacoma Park a few years ago to a small business in Old Town, which helped apparently make a difference. And the other thing, too, is that I think one other thing I want to say is that the kind of lending, this is an organization without giving away money. This is not taxpayer money. And in that sense, it all comes from grants, or like from the U.S. Small Business Administration, which lends the economic development, the Enterprise Development Group, money to re-lend, but they have to pay that money back. So it's a program that can really stimulate economic development in the purest sense of the word. And I think that's another exciting aspect of it. It's not like Enterprise is coming here looking for the city of Tacoma Park to provide financial assistance or any of that nature. Basically looking to make sure that people are aware that this program exists and that the tools are in place, that these loans can be turned around in pretty short. Or what's the typical turnaround time on a small business loan, Kevin?
An application? It somewhat depends. As you know, we have the internal and the external loan review process depending on the size of the loan request. So the internal is pretty quick because we just read it in staff and we're there every day, so it's not a big thing. Sending it outside, those are usually more complicated and have to find two external review people. That could take a little bit longer. Sometimes it's more back and forth, but it could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to, I guess, a month, depending on people's time availability and the questions. But it's fairly flexible.
And the staff size for the Enterprise Development Group is what now?
We have 11 staff people.
11 staff people.
Yeah, and maybe just as one comment, because of the diversity of the population over here, we have a lot of different language abilities on our staff, from Spanish-speaking, native Spanish-speaking staff, French-speaking folks for West Africans, another part of Africa, Amharic for Ethiopian immigrants, Tagalog, actually Philippine immigrants, and some other African languages, actually, besides that.
Yeah. Councilmember Robinson.
Hi. Hi there. What differentiates what you do with the kind of micro enterprise loans that LEDC does does put out now?
It's similar, actually. We have done more than they have in bigger numbers. But we do work together, and in the Virginia side, we have the grant from the state, and they're one of our partners. We got the grant, and they're one of our partners on it. But we're pretty much the only two for the whole D.C. metro area, and we actually make loans up as far as Baltimore. So there is more than enough to keep the two of us busy for a long time, and there's a lot more demand than the two of us could meet. So
Okay.
I'm not worried about.
You're kind of referring, you may refer.
Yeah, well,
things
sometimes
to-
we've talked about doing some joint loans together. So if somebody comes in for 50, and I don't want to do that much. I want to do 20, 25, and maybe they can do a piece of it. Or so we actually, I think we ended up not doing it, but there's one in D.C. that we were looking at, and just both felt a little bit
Mhm.
too afraid to do that one. But we have broached that subject with each other.
Great. I see you have an incubator here. Is that in Virginia?
It is, yes. Actually, our parent owns the building that we're in Arlington, and it's on the third floor of that building. We've actually met with the staff here and had them come over. We also all went on a little field trip into D.C. and looked at an incubator there. And I know there's been some interest over here in doing an incubator. So we know how to manage an incubator. We've got that experience.
The parent company owns the incubator over there.
They own the whole building, and then my part, the economic development part of it, EDG, Enterprise Development Group, we actually are the ones who manage that part, and then we pay rent to the parent.
I see. So the Ethiopian Community Development Council is the parent group.
Right.
And the EDC is your group. Okay. Is it the Ethiopian Community Development Council, it serves more than just the Ethiopian community, though, at this point?
It does. It started out as serving Ethiopian refugees that came here after Haile Selassie was removed from power. And then it broadened out to serve other refugees. Originally, it was primarily still other parts of Africa, but now they're resettling people from Nepal and Burma and Iraq and wherever there's need to resettle people here. So they actually meet people at the airport, take them somewhere,
Wow.
resettle them, and provide different services.
Great. The last question I had was, and I think you've answered it in part already, is what links to the city government, do you anticipate or would like to pursue?
Yeah, we had a couple of meetings with Sarah Daines and her staff, and that obviously seemed to be the most logical place to start out with.
Sure.
So beyond that, I'm not quite sure because I don't think I know the city government well enough yet to know that. So besides her, we really focused more on like the Crossroads Business Association. We had a meeting last week with the Long Branch Business Association. Tebabu, who had the event that was referenced earlier,
Sure.
I met with him and a couple other leaders. I met with Councilmember Siemens before, actually, also.
Thanks so much for coming.
Oh, thank you.
Dan? Yeah, I'd like to sort of say that in terms of the linkage to the city, is that my hope is that the city government will simply see that this organization is here, actually physically now in Tacoma Park, and that it's just a tool that the city can utilize in trying to direct services to the low and moderate income people in our city. We're very fortunate to be able to do that, so that if some of the folks on Maple Avenue, we have a lot of low and moderate income people living in units in Maple Avenue. When they get word of the idea that there may be a possibility for them to get loans to start a business or to enhance something that they already have, whether it's a few $1,000s or a lot more, we'll be on the way of kind of helping them, we, the city, using the Enterprise Development Group as a tool, using their services as an organization to help our constituents.
I see. Thanks, Fred.
Simple as that, really, nothing more complicated.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kevin, for coming here tonight, and where is it? Tomorrow morning. I appreciate your endurance, but more so I appreciate your EDG coming to Tacoma Park and working out of this community. You know, years ago, I went down to Alexandria, or is it Arlington, to visit the organization down there, and so glad that Councilmember Schultz was able to help you all and encourage you all to come to the Tacoma Park area. Just one thing, I'm not sure it's clear. We've talked a lot about, you know, the assistance for immigrants and the great work that you all have done, but you know, a lot of my neighbors are longtime residents of the United States. Do you serve them equally?
Our focus is really low and moderate income people, or people who can't get bank loans. It's not our part. The Enterprise Development Group is not specifically on refugees, unlike our parent. So we do, in fact, to be honest with you, in the last few years when the economy's gone, we've seen more and more native-born Americans, even middle class, that can't get bank loans. And they're coming in to see us, and they're wondering why is somebody with this credit score coming in to see us? Well, it's to start a business, or it's very new, and the banks don't want to touch it. And so the definition of what's sort of unbanked is really broadened, unfortunately. Maybe in the future it'll shrink down again, but right now we're helping more native-born folks than we were several years ago.
Okay. And just in 30 seconds or less, what can this council do to help you?
Think of ways that we can connect with the community here, whether it's coming to specific events or specific groups. We've got 3 loan staff, plus myself, plus an IDA person. That's like 5 of us that could come over here. So there's no shortage of people that can come and talk and to whoever wants to hear about the program. So just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate the
Certainly.
chance to hear what you're all about.
For the opportunity, I have some cards here. I can.
Great. And we are adjourned for the evening.
Myself for tearing down another one. Old wooden head and a heart that's made of stone. I could have told her I was bound for another. Had slipped the skin, buzzed back and hold out for a change. My friends in the hub at the depot, can't hope to hold them down, just standing around all day. I never had to hide a thing from a brother man. I never saw a sight or heard a sound of rain so true. Said you can drive and sing, boy, but you don't know how to walk away. I said I walk away, but it leads me back to you. By the roadside standing, laughed at everything that we could not control. She was bound for another one, just like the smallest things that fill the biggest hole. Far away like a circle to keep me from falling. Hope she don't take a mind to testify. Myself tearing down another one. Old wooden head and a heart that's made of stone. Faces in the grain. I remember seeing pictures of China in a geographic magazine. The hole in the floor, my dad's Nash Rambler, that always got us home again. Buttercup held up under my chin and playing army man. I remember the smell of the wind in the springtime and flying in my dreams. I remember quiet cold winter and busting at the seams. I remember firing a Remington rifle, hey, driving a John Deere. I remember running down the fence line and playing in the rain. Yeah, I was playing in the rain. 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 I remember summer up on the Black Bridge and the water down below. I remember watching all the big kids for the stuff I didn't know. Load up with bales of 1-ton pickup, now they're waiting for us to leave. Oh, dirty hands and dirty faces, yeah, all my friends and me. I remember Mr. Starks and my dad fighting, how he knocked my father down. I remember seeing snowfall on the dead leaves, didn't hardly make a sound. I remember hearing Corey whisper, hey, you better put that out. Jump down now, turn around for the show up, or they're bound to throw us out. I remember how the sunshine eddies in the creek below the dam. See now, must have been my mother made me most of what I am. Seen every tree and every flower, and we call them all by name. Look back now, sometimes I wonder, but I won't throw that time away. No, I won't throw that time away. 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 begins. The idiot fringe will remind you that it could never be the same. Out in the street, up on the steps of the State House, you knew would never know your name. Up in the air, up in the state of Wisconsin, I knew a girl who never told the truth. If there was a way, there was a way I would find it, my friend. I would never let you down. Out in the field, man, I could still see you working through spring. What would matter come the fall? It's almost real, man, I could still hear you calling my name through all the sunshine and the rain. Up in the air, up in the state of Wisconsin, I knew a girl who never let me down. They're in a song, they're in a perfect picture of life. We could never get along. So it begins. The idiot fringe will remind you that it could never be the same. Oh no. Oh yeah. I drank without a thought to thank the one who poured. Solid message I ignore. The road unfurled, a black ribbon to the outside world. I looked and laughed. I was standing on the overpass with you, with good and bad. Sometimes life gets so confusing. Well, don't look so sad. One night's sleep is all we're losing. Well, Seth told me to take it slow, but how the hell was I to know the hours I would enjoy? stop. The subject easily dropped from you.
And once I saw the moon while it was waxing, the lines it draw on her feet while she's relaxing. And in the breeze a flat-bed flag, but I pledge allegiance to the bottle in the bag. Was the truth it contained? Oh no, it just smells the same. Sense told me to take it slow. But how the hell was I to know? The hours I would enjoy laughing with my Lord. I thought my motor stopped. The subject easily dropped from you.
The road unfolds, black rivets the outside world. I looked and I laughed. I was staring at a photograph of you.
Sense told me to take it slow. But how the hell was I to know? The hours I would enjoy laughing with my Lord. Boy.
swing.